Hello, hello. All right. Whoever is watching, welcome to the stream. This is the Bull Centaur guy that I've been working on kind of on and off for the last couple weeks. This is a variation of um, basically of a type of game character that I'll put in a game someday. Don't know when. That's going to take a long time to learn. But I'm starting by making some characters or at least prototypes so that I have something done and I know how to do those, so that's what I'm going to start with. But yeah, so in this video, in this live, I'm going to retopologize this character. I should be able to get it done within 2 hours or 3 hours, maybe. If not, I will just post a update showing the finished product later. Um, if you find this helpful, hit all those YouTube buttons. If you want to join the channel and check it out in the future, whatever, I'd greatly appreciate it. Yeah, otherwise we'll get started here. So, retopology is not always necessary, but for this type of character, it absolutely is a game changer. And the reason is if I show you what this mesh looks like, there is absolutely no rhyme or reason to it. There's no edge flow, everything's triangles, which is not always bad, but these are not aligned in any sort of way. So um, you can get away with it for posing and deforming the character, but where it really creates a problem is with texturing because there's no, let's go to edit mode, there's no possible way to select edge loops on here. So I can't unwrap this character at all. And so it's really, really hard to texture properly and control how weight paints work and stuff like that. So I'm just going to show how I use an add-on called Retopoflow. And basically what it does is it just adds some extra tools and saves a little time. But everything you're watching me do is possible in just normal vanilla Blender. You just need a couple modifiers, and then you have to kind of pay more attention to whether you're in object mode or edit mode or so on and so forth. But none of what you're saying in this stream is locked behind a paywall, if you will. I just prefer Retopoflow because it has some faster tools. But let's just go ahead and get into it. So basically, I have the add-on installed, and how it works is it generates a brand new mesh, and the new mesh just sticks to the surface of the character. So our objective is going to be to take all of these details that are on here, and I'll show you the rendered view here really fast. So this is what it looks like with the normal map applied. So he has a lot of sculpting detail. Um, we're gonna basically remove that because we can reapply it with the normal map. And we're gonna make as simple of a mesh as we can that just tells Blender how to map the textures and weight paints for the future. Then obviously the next steps after this will be adding some textures because that's what is really going to make this look cool. So let's just go ahead and get to it. Let's open this Retopoflow menu here. And I'm using Blender 3.6. This is version 3.4 of Retopoflow. Those version numbers don't match up. But basically, I can tell it to start Retopoflow at cursor or active. So I'm just going to click at active because I want it to trace the mesh that I had selected. Okay, this is just a new features box, so I'll close that. Your tools are on the left, kind of like sculpting. On the right, you have options for the tool. So in past versions, I'm not sure about this version. Maybe it's improved. I don't know. But in past versions, they said you should try to limit your number of vertices for the mesh you're tracing on top of. I've never had a problem with it, but if you have millions and millions of them, the add-on can overload and crash. Um, so that's one thing to be aware of. But this model is already somewhat low poly, which is fine because I just decimated it. It's just not very clean. So we're going to rebuild a new version of him. So a couple things that I have to turn on. The biggest one is symmetry. And you can see the line that it made down the middle of him. I do need to make absolutely sure that it's centered though. Because if your model's not perfectly centered, your retopology won't be either. And it looks like it's close, but it's not going to be perfect because we don't have a nice clean topology, so it's basically offset this just a little. One thing we can do though is if we leave the add-on, we can go and make sure that this entire mesh isn't moved just a little bit. And it could be because of trying to get the rig going. But see, if I turn on the if I turn on X-ray mode, it looks like it's pretty well aligned. So I think we're probably good to go. Let's maybe snap our, or let's set our origin to the center of mass. And then, yeah, here we go. Let's just do this. Let's set our X back to 0. And this thing just moved like almost none, but that should take care of whatever offset we have. Yeah, that looks closer. So we'll go with that. And then you can reopen Retopoflow somehow. If I can remember how. But we hadn't done anything, so I'll actually just delete it. Basically, it just makes a copy of the mesh. So I'm just going to reopen a new one at active. It'll give us the little splash screen or whatever, and then we can close that. And now we should be more symmetrical, because I could tell on the last one it was offset just a little. Yeah, and here you can see it's basically dead center. Maybe shifted a little, but that's probably just because the old topology is bad. So that one is done. There's a couple other settings that we can go through later. I don't think we actually need to right now, though. So we will wait until we need them. Yeah, otherwise I think we're good to go. So we're going to build everything with quads only. There will not be anything except a quad, or we might have potentially a couple n-gons if we need them that are 5 sides, but I really try to avoid those, and technically it's possible to, so we're going to do everything we can to. But yeah, there's nothing special about retopology, and what's really cool in this add-on is you can add a whole bunch of details really fast, and then come back and move them around on the surface. So instead of trying to trace things accurately, I will just uh, add a bunch of details and then place them. Kind of, it almost feels more like sculpting. So we're gonna go that route. One of the best ones to use is, let's see, I think it's either this contours or this loops. Yeah, so loops is a good one. So right away, what I'm going to start doing is just blocking out things that are easy. So anything that sticks out from his body, like an arm or a leg, is going to be super simple. So I'm going to hold Control. Nope. Shift. Yeah, Shift. Shift and Control are your what control the tools. I have to remember which one draws the line though. Yeah, and then in here you can change how many cuts get made on the object, and then once you draw a loop, you can actually um, you can scroll the mouse wheel basically and change how many loops it'll end up having. So now I'm thinking polypen. I'm wondering why this is not letting me select the tool. It should be letting me draw already. What do we got going here? Okay, something's not working here. We don't want to hide anything. Shouldn't be anything hidden. And we'll go through all the tools that are on here in just a second. I just need to get this thing to let me draw something. There we go. I think I just wasn't close enough. So yeah, so you have to hold control and then it creates the tool, I guess. And I haven't used this version, so it's possible they changed the controls a little or my settings got reset, but we should be good to go now. So I want to start cutting loops where it's easy. So I should be able to cut a loop right there. Here we go. We'll use contours. Okay, and it's got 16, that number right there shows how many cuts there are. So I believe if I hold control, shift, if I hold shift and scroll the mouse wheel, that allows me to add extra detail. So I'm going to leave it at 16 because that should be a good number. And then one other general thing to note is everywhere you have a joint or basically an area where there's a lot of deformation, you want to add extra loops. And on something like a knee or an elbow, you'd want at least 3 right around the joint. But here I've set up the loop to start off. So once I've kind of defined that, as long as I have this loop selected, I can just continue to draw contours, and this will draw in between them. So basically, I'm going to block out this arm really, really fast, and then I'm going to move the points around to make the mesh better. So I'm not going to get hung up on tracing like the muscles on his arm or anything. So we're just gonna kind of scoot right along here, and we're just gonna draw loops and loops and loops. They're not even gonna line up very well. I know I'll need extra at the elbow, so I'll make some kind of small ones there. But just like in normal edit mode in Blender, you can subdivide between these in here, so it doesn't matter if you don't have enough detail, because basically you can just come in here and add a loop. And what's really cool is, let me see, I think it's, oops, definitely don't want to add that. You can select the entire loop. Well, maybe it's just the loop tool. And move the whole loop around as well. I don't know if this is calling it a contour or a loop. There you go. So you can hold shift, or you can double click on the loop and it'll select it. And then if I want to rotate it, it'll rotate basically around the center of the circle or around the loops. So that's probably okay for now. We're just gonna start blocking out, and then I'll come back and move it. But basically, we can use this tweak tool later to move the points around. So basically, it's a lot easier just to place all this geometry and then smooth it out how it looks like it should be later on. But it'll kind of already stick to the mesh and follow the shape that it kind of looks like it should follow. But we'll go into the smoothing tools here in a minute. The biggest thing you want to do is maintain nice straight flow along your planes, basically from one point to the next, and you want your planes to follow the body. So along the shoulder, we're going to have a transition from the back that goes toward the arm. So we're going to have to make a split there. And then the ones in the middle are going to continue up his neck and go over to his face. But these loops will go all the way down his back and up and around the bottom of him. If you do that, if you maintain nice clean loops, it's really easy to UV unwrap and texture these things. So let's just continue to add some contours where we know we can. So like right here, I know I'm going to have to switch between the horizontal flow and the vertical flow. So I'll kind of come back to that later. So I'll click off of that loop to deselect it, and then I'll start with a new loop right in here. And 16. Ooh, that's probably not going to be enough. So I'm going to hold shift and scroll it up a little bit. And let's just go with 24 for now. That might be fine. And we'll see how it goes. I think eventually I'll have to write down how many loops is the best. But like currently I don't have an exact number. You just kind of play it by ear. And ideally once this is done, you can easily just subdivide the model in Blender, and it'll just add detail in between every line. So if everything works out, you don't even really need to worry about what you do with it later. Okay, so like this is completely skipping most of the shape of him. It doesn't matter. We're just gonna do loops where we can. And then we'll come add more detail later. Like in here, I can see I'll need one for sure, so I'll just throw it in here, maybe. I would definitely try to leave as few points as possible at the beginning because you may not need them at all. So let me try to get a contour around his neck here. This one will be a little hard because his neck is really thick, but we'll try it. Let's just maybe go like that. And that happened because this green loop was selected. We don't want that. So I'm just going to unselect, and then we'll draw again from here. 16. So now here, I'd probably match that to the body, because anything that splits off for the arm should be able to go on its own, and then you should be able to match these up fairly well with these ones. So we're going to do that as well as we can to try to keep the detail in line as much as possible. So now one of the other cool ones, if I select just some of these lines, I can come in here and draw these patches, and it'll just fill in the gaps between, which is really, really nice. And then here I'm just going to move these lines over so that the center point merges with the other side, with the symmetrized side. So yeah, so now so that's the strokes tool. That's where you can fill in areas between. Patches is the other one I really like, so I can select these two and just hit F to fill. And I can also do it with multiple, so I can do these three, and as long as it makes sense to where the program can figure out what you mean, it'll make this like preview basically. If I click off, that goes away. Otherwise, it shows you what it's going to do. You hit F for fill, and there you go. So now you can see that this clearly doesn't match this part of his body. but we're gonna add more detail in a minute. So sometimes you'll be tempted to add a whole bunch of extra topology just because it would be convenient, but you really want to be careful because you're going to have to figure out how to neck it down into less topology later. So don't just like in this area, don't just add a whole bunch of extra details because it helps at the beginning. It's just going to make it harder later. So we're not going to for now. But what is good to do is let's select our patches here. It's good to start connecting like a central loop. So here I'm going to move this over a little bit, and when I move these, you don't have to worry about world space. Uh, Basically, you don't have to worry about how you're looking at it because it's clipped to the mesh or it's glued to the mesh. So you're not gonna have a point like floating off of the body because it's stuck to him. That's why it's the his body's clipping through this new mesh because it's just shrink wrapped on there. So I'm gonna just call this one the center, and then we can fill the one next to it. Okay, so now I've defined that this loop goes all the way down his arm in the same way. So now if I actually get the loop tool and I hold control in here, it'll show you that it wants to cut a loop all the way down the arm. So we can fill as many of those for now as we want. And keep in mind, we can come back and add more detail later. So a good spot would be to splice one off of here and make two quads. So I'm going to just do that manually. So I'm going to draw right in the middle here. Now, I probably should add an extra one on the chest here. So instead of connecting way up here, I'm just going to add a loop right in the middle here. Now that's what I mean. Don't do that too much. It's better to stick with the low detail and try to get it to work. But at some point, you have to make it work. But the more polys you add in this process, the more complicated you're just going to make things for yourself. So now polypen lets you draw single points, but right now I'm just going to use it to kind of move these around and start planning. So here, I think this flow over the arm onto the shoulder area is decent. So I'm definitely not trying to mess that up too much. Uh, but we do have this basically this transition and flow here. So somewhere in here, you have to switch the arm from horizontal and then tie it into the vertical. So we have to start thinking about how we're going to do that. If I come connect this, also these vertices, so the green one selected, the vertices will snap to other vertices automatically. So I'll do that without talking about it fairly often. But let's see, I don't like how it did that. That's probably not where we want that. So let's draw one more with the poly pen here. Put another one up here. And then I can see that it's going to be nice to have a loop here anyway, so I'll throw one in. And now I can fill all these patches in on both sides of this line we made. Okay, now we still haven't turned the flow very well. You could argue that maybe this one turns the flow, but we should really probably clean that up here in a minute. That actually may not be too bad. So we'll see. But another general thing is where you have a lot of clipping like this, you probably want to clean that up, or your mesh is just going to lose a lot of volume. And in this character's case, we don't want to lose the volume because that's all this muscle definition. And when we bake the normal map, it's going to be a lot harder to get the normal map to look good if the mesh is not very close at all. So I know a couple other areas that we can add easy ones are on the arm here. Probably Could use one more in the shoulder, and you can see how much of the mesh gets cut right here because of all the clipping. So you want to get rid of it a little. So now you can see here, we're going to start to get this issue where there's a lot of this kind of bunching, especially like this point right here. What's really cool is there's this relax tool. So F, the button F, lets you change the size of your brush just like in sculpting. Relax basically just evens out the distance between the points on each direction that's affected by the tool. So if I start clicking this, it just smooths out uh, all of these polys. So um, what I was saying earlier about like just add details first and then smooth later, this is why. Because anywhere you start to get that topology bunching up, you can just do that and basically it'll conform to the body and your loops will be good to go still. So, you'd want to watch it so that you don't have a small one and start like, going too much because you'll push them from one spot to a different spot. But, I mean, look at how nice that looks already. And keep in mind, a lot of the bumpiness that we'll get with the muscles are going to come later from the normal map. So in the past, I would try to trace these muscles, but that is definitely not going to work as well. So the biggest pain on this is deciding how you get from one direction of flow to another. So like right in here, there's going to be some sort of a little discrepancy. Do we draw it across here or do we turn and go up? So you kind of have to play a little game to decide where exactly you switch it. And if you go look at, like for this guy's upper body, it's just basically a human upper body. You can go look at examples to get uh, more of like what a standard is. So if you're doing this, just go type in good topology human model or something like that, and it'll come up on Google Images. Um, I'm not too worried about doing that right here. So hopefully somebody will be mad and yell at me if they think that I should do something different, but it's going to work out for what we're doing. The biggest thing is to have quads everywhere, and then you want your edge loops to flow nice. Okay, so like here, and I'm going to spend just a little extra time when I'm creating these transitions, because once those are nice and clean, then filling in the gaps everywhere is super, super quick and easy. So like here, you can see that we already have all of these patches lined up decently. So, just paying attention at that corner already fixed any problems we were going to have if we were just going in there too quick. So these ones, let's just fill these. Oops. Maybe these two and these two. And what's really cool is it's going to take a guess at how many loops to put in. One thing you can do is just count across, but since we have a bound on the left side here, I'm just going to fill it because we can always add loops in here on the left side on the middle of him if we know we need to. So same thing with in this area, we can add loops still. So depending on where you want the flow to go. So looking at this guy though, I would say we want it to come down the arm here, follow this muscle, and then turn and go down. So this still going diagonal, I think actually looks like a pretty good idea. And this can be one big plane for now because we'll smooth it out in a minute. And now you see we can go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. We can go all the way up here without any issues. Because we can still come subdivide this later. But basically what we've done is we've defined this set of faces here as how it turns. So maybe let's relax this a little first and see what it thinks it looks like. Yeah, so that actually looks okay. In fact, that's probably going to be just about what we want. Okay, nice. So we will leave that. I see there are a couple people. Get down there in the chat and say hi so I know who's here, please. I always like to talk while I'm doing these, otherwise it'd just be video. So if you feel like talking, feel free to tell me what I'm doing wrong. Okay, all right, now here we're going to start to run into the issue of there's too many points along here, and we probably don't need them for the neck, but we will soon. So there's ways to splice the geometry. So I'll show that. So let's just let's put a point up here at the middle. Not sure why it decided it had to do it that way, but there we go. And then, oh, let's see, how should we get, we can probably just subdivide this, honestly. Okay, and then yeah, that's one good thing you can see. This is trying to um it's a little maybe not confused, but it was trying to make really pinched up shapes, and we don't want to do that. So one thing we can do is just slide this vertice to the next one, and they'll combine. So, and that's really cool. It's just a little faster than doing that in normal Blender. So now one pitfall we're already going to start to see here is we have this nice thin loop that comes around his armpit. Hello, unknown. How are you? Yeah, just shows up as unknown. Well, that's all right. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for coming in. Just doing a little bit of Retopo work here. I know it is everybody's favorite type of work to do in 3D. So, should be lots of fun. Okay, so here's a good little teaching moment. So now I've gone and created an n-gon, which is a side or a shape with more than 4 sides. So if I pull this up, you can really see it. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't want that. You can get away with them if you really need them, but it's just not going to be good for us to do that at this point. So let's just go ahead and let's dissolve this vertice and get rid of that. We'll dissolve this one. Okay, and now we can fill in with patches. And we'll just keep them really big. Oh, we didn't need to delete both of those. Let's just delete the one. Or let's just move it. That'll work. So we can come back in and add more detail later. But for now, we're just blocking it in. So this is pretty wide. We'll fix it in a minute. But actually, I think we're going to do it by, we're going to tweak these over to the side so that this loop is a bit smaller going up his back here. This point here should be kind of in the middle of where that directional change happens. So maybe sliding all these up just a bit and having this more in the center of that transition is going to be a good bet. Okay, so see now the flow comes from the arm, it turns right in here is that direction change. So when you see that where there's, instead of just 4 shapes around the vertex, there's 5 shapes around it, but they're all still quads. That is how you change direction in Retopology. So that's where we want that to be. And then we maintain a nice edge loop that goes around his armpit and goes up the neck. And same thing on this side, comes around the armpit, goes up the neck. So that way we're not creating any spirals, which hopefully I don't make any of those, but if I do, you'll see what I mean. But basically the topology can become more of a spiral shape than a nice clean loop. and you just chase the topology around and it's awful. So now I'm just going to use strokes, and I'm going to select a few of these, and I'm going to draw a line across here. And this wonderful add-on is going to do its best to fill in all these spots here. Let's see, I need to turn off selection on the opposite side. Snap vertices, symmetry. I may not be able to remember how to do that because reinstalling the new version of this add-on cleared my settings, but that's okay for now. So let's just, can I minimize this? Nope. Oh yeah, there we go. Gives us a little more space to work with. So, but we can just relax this here. And this isn't really tracing his neck very well. So we're probably going to want to pull this in because that does need to get a bit more thin toward the top of his head, but we don't want to make it so thin that there's just a ton of extra loops for no reason. All this stuff we'll leave for the moment. The most fun we're going to have here is trying to do his mouth, but I don't think this topology is as bad as I've created for myself in past character work, so this one shouldn't be too bad. But now we're just going to keep drawing down front of his face, and I'm curious. Let's just put a stroke right here. That's not too bad. Let's put one right in the middle of the nose since it's a lot more thin. It'll neck down, and then we'll put one right on the end of the nose. Look at that. Nice and easy. So now really, if I wanted to, I could probably collapse some of these. So I think in his forehead here would be a good spot. I could collapse these vertices down into less edge loops, but we're going to need them on the nose anyway, so it's fine. And I'm definitely not worried about going into like super efficient mode because this guy's not going to be that low poly. But this current mesh is like 27,000 triangles, so it's just too heavy and they're not in line. So this is this is going to fix that. That's the main thing is to establish good topology flow. But yeah, so here there's a lot of clipping. So, obviously we'll need some extra loops. So we can maybe just add some right now since we're here. It is nice to add these loops around the around where you'll need them, because if you do it later, it's hard to tie things in because you get the spiral effect that I was talking about. But all right, let's just go up here. Let's see what it does if it goes around his chin. See? So to me, that's fascinating that this decides to go all the way up and around his neck instead of just jumping across. Because, I mean, look at that. That just took so much work out. And I can come in here and run all these patches. Probably go to there, get my poly pen, move this one over here, move this one down. I think there's a way you can hold one of the buttons will move the vertices slower so you can adjust it more fine, but so we'll just try to keep the topology similar to the top. So this loop here is actually probably going to be pretty thin. Yeah, see, this one's very small. So we probably want to work on getting these two close together. So let's just come down his nose a bit and go like that. And then it'll stop sort of at his lip. So let's tweak that up a little and add one more right here if we can. Looks like it added 2. That's okay. We'll use that. Um, what else do we have? So I'm going to leave the finer details like going around the nose for in just a minute. And I am going to try something crazy that's not going to work, but we'll see. Because ideally, if I can get the top of his lip and bottom lip or both, maybe I can trace just one and then subdivide it enough to go all the way through his mouth and not have to do anything with it. But let's just put one in the back and see what it does. Oh, not too bad. So it's a little hard to see through it, but you can see it made one big long plane in there. So I am going to move these red vertices to the center so that they um, match up and then they merge with the center line. And then watch this though. So I don't even have to disable part of his mouth. I don't have to get in there and have problems viewing it. I'm just going to come in here and add extra loops. Maybe. Apparently it wants me to find a little bit better spot for it. But if I come in here and add some loops, it should just bind to the mesh properly. Yeah. So see, it just went ahead and created extra topology in there. And uh, because it's shrunk wrapped to the mesh, it's just going to stick on there. All right. I may have to use the knife tool. Yeah, it looks like it's a little upset because this point is causing the new mesh to like fall through the model there. So maybe this will help. Let's try another loop. Okay, so yeah, in the past, what I've done is disabled in edit mode. I've disabled the entire top of his face, and then you can kind of see the line easier. But the other thing we can do is just split it up that way. So you have to be a little careful with how it lines up. There we go. I'm fine. I'm just come by to see this 3D Blender work of yours. Since I'm an architecture major, I'll be trying multiple applications for 3D rendering, and Blender is one of them. Awesome. That's cool. What I do during the day is engineer bridges. So pretty cool that you found me here. Let's see. And you said you're an architecture major. Well, so you must be in school. So have fun with all of that. I can tell you with 100% confidence, I do not miss that part of my career. But some people like school. But yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, so architecture though, yeah, I think Blender would actually be really good for rendering architecture. And realistically, if you had the right add-ons, even the hard surface modeling and stuff would probably be just fine in Blender. Like if you wanted to model and everything. But I know they have a bunch of add-ons that allow you to um, accurately draw and establish scale and stuff. So there's definitely a lot you can do with it. All right. So I'm over here trying to cheat to get this to add more loops without actually getting into the mouth because it's so much more annoying to have to like access the mouth, and it's just ending up taking more time. There we go. Just let it clip through the mouth. Oh yeah, here we go. Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So basically all you're doing with retopology is moving the points on the mesh to be somewhere that you want them to be. And the existing mesh was terrible, so this one's going to be a very good improvement. Where's that going? Okay. Well, I guess there is just a bit of a dip in there. So we'll call it good for now. Because really the inside of his mouth isn't going to matter very much. You just have to make sure that this point isn't like attached to the outside of the mouth, because then you have a spot where the vertices are merged and it's like zero thickness, and that's going to be a huge problem. All right. So, well, that's exciting. As slow and painful as that probably looked, that was by far the easiest I've had that before. Normally, getting in the mouth and doing all that is just a terrible process. But now I can just follow the side of the lip here, right back to the corner. I can establish this whole edge. I theoretically should be able to do the same thing here. So what's cool is these tools relate to the existing mesh really well. So if I just draw like this line, it's going to run that topology all the way around the side for me. So say I want to take these three lines here, and I want to get the jaw line here. Boom, it'll just fill in three to match it. So if you do a lot of manual retopology, um, it's all stuff you can do in Blender, but yeah, this just adds a little bit of ease, and there's not as much setup. Let's see. That actually looks really good right now. But the key with retopology, if you're going for quads, you just want to make sure that you have every single object on the mesh is a quad, and you want to make sure that your flow makes sense for what you're trying to do. So if material didn't matter as much for this character, I would definitely not retopologize it. You can get away without retopology sometimes, but in this case, my end goal is going to be to have it as real as I can have it, texture-wise and form-wise. Oops, we were grabbing the upper lip there. Yeah, so architecture probably doesn't relate to retopology too much. Maybe, depending on what you're making. But that's really cool, and you never know. Maybe you develop a love of 3D design like I did. Because everything I do is 2D. So when I found out about Blender and saw that it's entirely free, I got really excited because I'm used to my 2D software costing a lot of money. So pretty cool stuff. Oh, that's not a loop we want to do there. Sometimes the tools are finicky like that. It didn't bind this last line. So just grab a vertex and move it over and it'll snap. If it's a red dot, it means that it's at an exposed edge. If it's white, it means it's merged. So same thing on the center line. All these white ones mean that they're merged with the center line of the character, so we're good to go there. Right in here, I want this loop to follow his jawline. So we may have another one of our poles, I think is what they call that, where there's like on his shoulder here. where there's 5 objects around this point. That's called a pole. We're going to have one of those back here somewhere possibly. So let's get our strokes going again, and let's just do this. That's pretty good. Move these around. And again, if I look here, I can count these and say somehow or other these two need to line up, but then I have 1, 2, so maybe I'll move this down a little bit. And then these patches will line up better. So I'll do that one and that one and that one. And then technically I could fill this because it's still a quad. It's just, I'm not sure how good that's going to function. It might be okay because his neck follows that shape. So we'll leave it for now and see what happens. But the one thing we don't want to do is add any triangles. Triangles are basically a cheater way to make a change in direction, and we don't need that. But if you have triangles, it breaks the loops so that you can't continue them all the way around. But we're gonna leave the mouth for now, and let's just do some more general form stuff. So what's really, really cool about contours is I can just grab this whole horn, do that, and we don't probably need 16. Let's go with maybe 12. Yeah, might not even need 12. Let's go with 10, because those vertices line up nice on the top. So let's do 10. That'll stay in the tool, and now I can just come in here and add as many loops as I want all along this horn. And so I don't know what tool I would do this with in normal Blender. So this loop tool is one that I absolutely love in Retopoflow. And then all you have to do is close up your points here, which that's another detail I will come back and work on at the end because that's a bit of extra pain. But I'll unselect that loop and I'm going to start a new one and do the base of the ears. 16 is definitely too much still, so let's go with 10 on this guy too. We'll try to kind of match the horn. And the other side of the ear looks a little different, so we may have to subdivide more, but for now I'm just going to stick with this. And we'll leave the end of the ear again. Yeah, see, we may need just a little more detail in there. But if I relax this, it's actually not awful, but it is still clipping. So let's go back. Let's go back and maybe make that like 12. 12, 14. Let's do 14. That just looks a little better. And there's no magic numbers here. I just, to me, that just looks better. What I could do is trace the outside of his ear, but you end up having to kind of create these loops anyway. So it's not really going to make enough of a difference. Okay, what it just tried to do there is to rotate everything, and it was combining the vertices a little too much. So we're going to try one more loop. So what it'll do is, if it gets too close to a point, it'll try to wrap these around, kind of twist it, like rotate it like that. And if it does that, they start to combine and they get out of place, so they break. We don't want that to happen. So we'll leave the end exposed again. I'll come finish that later. But I mean, basically the ear is almost done already. Super, super easy. Yeah, all the holes I'll fill in. The side of his face here is really easy to do. So hands are a nightmare, which they are in anything you ever do with hands in artwork. They're always a pain. But okay, so let's select this loop. And I do have contour selected. I'm going to try to draw one more. Let's just see what it looks like. It's actually not too bad. And then at this point, so kind of just like on his shoulder, the topology is going to shift from along his back to go down the leg. So we have to have that change in direction. So let's just start to draw on top of his back maybe. So I'll select these three and let's just go here to make sure it does what we want it to. That looks okay. And then we should be able to come all the way back here because the model looks like it's consistent enough. Yeah, so that just, it's nice and flat on top of there, so it just draws it all the way back. Try to get these to merge up at the center. Which is when they turn white again. Like that one didn't work. Just use the tweak tool maybe. Yeah. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. And again, if the topology is good, we can come subdivide more loops in if we need them in a minute. So right over here, we're going to start to transition the front of the body. So let's just get our strokes tool out again. Select a few of these. And at this point, I'll probably move these up. So let's tweak these because this loop needs to stay, but it's not going to be that tall. So let's just move this up, and we'll have it kind of follow the bull's shoulder basically. So we'll kind of have it follow this here. So let's go back to strokes. I think we can just copy that all the way down to here. That looks pretty dang good. And then I'm going to just select maybe 3 of these. Our little alignment got messed up there. There we go. Strokes. Let's grab these 3 lines and we'll run those all the way down to here. So you can kind of tell what I'm doing. I'm taking these loops and I'm running them all the way through. So theoretically, this line will go all the way up and around his body and connect to these lines here, ideally. Okay, and then at this point, it's a good time to start to do a leg. So I'm going to do a contour. Let's just go. Hello? Oh, I was holding shift, not control. So there we go. Just a guess, 16 is probably fine. We can always try to tune that in a second if we think it's not going to work. But now that we've set that one up, we can just go all the way down the leg. Okay, and I'm just slowly turning the topology. This is kind of a knee area, so I'm going to add extra smaller loops like that. And again, when we relax it, it's going to fix a lot of the kind of the weird angles we have going on. All right, so when you get to stuff like this where there's these bumps that separate the topology, you're probably not going to have as easy of a time. So yeah, see that isn't going to work as well. So I think I'll actually block out around that, and then I'll cancel that loop and I'll start one. Well, yeah, I'll start one here. Didn't quite like that. Maybe right here. So then those 16 can hopefully tie back into these 16. So this and this will tie in, but I need to figure out how to get from there to there properly. So that's another one of those smaller details I'll come do later. I can do the front though. So I'll start grabbing these patches here and filling them in. And you can see that anywhere the mesh is going to connect for sure. It just automatically connects them. Oh yeah, see now it's starting to um, trying to add an extra loop. It's saying that this is clipping too far. You need to add a loop, which okay, fair enough. So we'll just add a couple because again, this loop doesn't have to go all the way up the leg, so it's fine. So we can add as many loops as we want in here. I'm gonna grab this point and put it more on the point of his dew claw there. Oh, let's pull this line in. So this line's going to kind of go through the between here, and then the rest of these points are going to stay on the points of his leg. So now what we might run into is we're not going to have enough topology to make these. So we're going to have to splice out of what we have and then transition back into the smaller amount. But we'll see what we come up with here in just a minute. So if I select all these, it'll figure out to create all the patches in between like that, which is super slick because that is just easy. So for as few times you have to manually retopologize things, it just makes life so easy to be able to use some of these tools. Okay, so yeah, in here, I think we're gonna have something because I don't think we're gonna get away with just the one or two loops. So what is it trying to do? Yeah, it's just cutting that off. So we're gonna have to figure out what to do with that. And maybe we can just kind of smooth it all out and it might work. It's not liking those patches. Sometimes if the angles aren't a good angle, it's not going to create that patch. So now it should because I corrected the angle here. Uh-oh. Now we've got some goofy topology starting. So we still have the same number of loops. So I would say at this point we can start moving some of these vertices in to help it the bumpy spots. Oops. Oh, yeah, there we go. We don't want that. So this one has to merge here. Yeah, otherwise we were going to have problems. Doesn't like that one. That one's not good, but it worked. So theoretically, we can try to do this, and then maybe we'll just try to subdivide it afterward. Yeah, see, I don't like that at all. Okay, and basically right now it's going, you need extra loops in there because that's broken. But we've maintained our topology, so if I come to the loop tool, I should be able, oh, that needs to fill, that's why. I should be able to just run a loop all the way around this whole foot. Yep. Okay, so that'll help establish the shape of that bump. I'm going to move that line up. And then I'm actually going to add one more. This is one of those spots where sometimes you just need to add extra detail. And it's okay to add it, but the entire point of this is to get it as low poly as possible. Furuzawa, hello again. You were here the other night. Thanks for coming in again. Furuzawa says, yes, topology learning never ends for 3D modeling. My first try sculpting is fun, but the wireframe makes me scream. So I prefer poly modeling for now. I started off that way too, and I quickly learned that I spent a lot more time poly modeling than I did with Retopology, but that is not a right or wrong answer thing. That is a preference thing. So you do what you're comfortable with. I can show you how I retopologize and all that, but it's not going to make it a right answer for you. So and there's 4,000 ways to do anything in this field of existence. So basically, there's no wrong answers. It's all opinions. But I did the same thing. I thought if I'm gonna have to rebuild it, why would I set it up and then come back and redo it again? And um, it's just one of those things that I ended up preferring sculpting so much. And I'll show you why I came to that conclusion, because on this model I have a lot of muscle detail, and I was able to bake a normal map to show that instead of having the topology on the model. So that definitely made my process make more sense. All right, so there's not enough detail in here. I really don't want to subdivide it, so we're going to try to relax it and see what Retopoflow thinks we should have. Basically, you can tell there's not enough because all the clipping. And I'll say I think what you want to avoid is having a lot of clipping, even though we know we're going to bake the normal map to it and everything. If you have all this clipping, your mesh is going to be so different volume wise from the high version to the low topology one. Your normal baking is probably not going to function very well. So you want to really, really be careful with that. Okay. And I would say for the most part, the smoothing tool really fix that up a little. We can fix these points because I want to keep those. We can fix those by adding another loop, I think. But notice the loop goes all the way around the leg now because we've maintained our edge loops. So if I relax another time, it's going to even them up again. And you can kind of chase your tail with that a little, but definitely looks like it's working good. Okay, so at this point, I can do the feet, which again, that's one thing I may or may not do right now. We may as well. Let's just do it. So I will establish a bit of a center for this that runs around. That's going to be tough. Got to get it right on the point there. Yeah, it's really got around the side there. It's not going to work. But we can fill in some patches first. But how I've done it here will allow it to split. All right, so let's draw one back here. Now what it'll do is it'll just make a line that goes back. So you have to make sure that this point here is on a good far edge, or it's just not gonna turn around the corner very well. But I think we did okay there. So let's actually just go ahead and add another one. Try to define the middle a little bit. Okay, that should work. And we'll tweak this in because this will skinny up a lot. Yeah. And the add-on is interpreting this very well. One thing to note, I was just hitting file or trying to try to save, but I think this add-on will actually continuously save your progress, so you don't have to save all the time. Furuzawa says, I still struggle with local topology and make so many wrong loops. Specifically on organic modeling, it's so difficult to make the right edge loops when I don't know where to put the pole position. Yeah, and really what I found is you can't go too wrong because when when you it's really only going to make a huge difference when you UV unwrap and all that, but you can really get away with a lot of um improper locations as long as they're not causing folds and stuff. But that's one of those things. Like if you ever have questions or whatever, I can always try to help. I've done a lot more of this than a lot of people have. So, but yeah, it's definitely not fun. And I like character modeling. I like organic modeling, which obviously means just more fluid, more soft shapes instead of machinery. Um, but I think the biggest point of doing this, like it would be better to do this and have it not be correct than to just not do it at all and have really difficult UV cutting. Okay, I'm just gonna smooth this up a little because if I don't do this a little careful, it's just gonna make it a little harder. But if I do it so that these are nice and on the edge, it's just going to be all filling patches. So, and this is one kind of location that I would say you can get a little out of uh, you can get a little out of whack if you need to with your loops and stuff, because if you can hide your splits and stuff on the bottom of the foot, it's not going to make a problem as long as you close those loops. So you could end up having circles down here, and that won't hurt anything as long as your leg edge loops stay in line. But I would say that's something you like that you'd have to learn that just by doing a few. Because truth be told, I may or may not end up with a couple triangles just to end some lines on this. But as long as you do it right, it won't cause any problems. Let's see, I need to do this and then draw from here. Woo, it didn't like that. Okay. Why is it doing that? Let's try this instead. That worked. And then you can just come along this whole thing, and it automatically knows what I'm trying to attach to. Okay. So now I really don't need a lot of the bumpiness on the foot here is more sculpting error than anything. It's not as intentional. So I'm probably not going to add a whole lot of loops for this. So like in this situation, I may grab this whole bottom loop here and pull it down to the far edge. And then we can decide in a minute if we want to keep the detail or not. But I think as long as I get all these points lined up right, this should be just fine. And then I just have to make sure I can get over the edge of the foot properly here. This is it's definitely not sculpted with like rigid edges along the bottom of the hoof there. So you kind of have to pick what is the top of the hill and just set it there and then wrap around. That almost worked. Just do a few at a time. Go nice and easy. So like this here. Oh, I was hoping that one would work. Let's just pull this down like that a little bit, and then these patches will all fill in. Nope, not quite yet. Really? There we go. It's going to make me do that every time. So here, let's think about how we're going to do it. So this point, we don't want to cut. We actually, we should probably put a loop in right here. Yep. Because we don't want to cut this too flat in here. So I'll add this, maybe. Try to get it to go like that. Try to get this one to go on the edge more. And then from there, we just have to build it. The bottom of the foot probably won't matter as much because you won't really see it. And then let's go back to our strokes. Try to get this one to go. It did something, but not something we want. Really? Huh. Yeah, it definitely doesn't like this topology. So like here, there's no need to avoid a pull here, so we can probably add one. It's not going to hurt anything because we can hide it adequately if we need to. So let's just go ahead and add a pull. So I'm going to do that, and then I'll have this patch here. And you'll notice how I have this set up right now. It's not suggesting any triangles to me. So if I want a triangle, I have to like force it to do that. Otherwise, it's just not going to. So you're not going to accidentally make triangles. Here we need to combine these, and then obviously this isn't going to follow the leg very well. It may not be that bad, actually. And you don't want to force too few vertices to do too much work because it's just going to cause some shading errors. And you'll have some goofy looking reflections and stuff. So you don't. It's better to add topology where you really need it. Like in the middle here, this is going to be a problem. But if I add a loop, let's see, hopefully, yeah, I didn't connect his leg, so I can still add one, but now I have a strange number of loops in here. So I would say these features on him are important though. And I don't want to fix it later, so let's just add a couple loops. And see, the clipping's already slightly better. Okay. Try to rotate this around. There we go. Hopefully nobody's got whiplash yet from moving. Strokes. Let's draw this one out here. Oh, that added too many. Just collapse it. Add our little patch. Poly pen. Let's try to grab this point. Move it maybe too far out. Let's move it back like that. Hmm. That might work. It's just going to cut off a lot of this point here, and that doesn't make any sense. Let's see what the relax tool says. So the relax tool is pretty cool. It keeps the general shape of what you've already got. Doesn't move the edges very much, and then relaxes the distance between all the points. So like this already looks fairly clean. I'll just have to add enough to wrap around the hoof there. Okay, let's fill these in. Boom. Now this one hopefully should be easy. That's a bunch of quads. This looks like a nice loop here. But we don't have a, yeah. We can do that one, we can do this one. We'll get away with that. Nice. Get away with that. Again, we'll just put that in the middle. And you could maintain better loops around the bottom, but it's not going to matter. No, just do the one, please. There we go. I don't know. Oh, I must be double clicking on accident. If you double click, it'll go a whole loop. Okay, now that's too close. So here, I may as well just establish a loop at the bottom that follows the base of the hoof. No reason not to, so we'll just do that. Whoops. Okay. Now we got to try to get this loop to come around the bottom. Looks like this one's already good. So maybe we'll just add poly out here so we can get add-in patches. Okay, yeah. So here's going to be our first good example. We can either terminate all of these extra lines, or we can move these points in so that they match up. So it's really up to the designer to say what you want to do. If you don't know how to terminate them, it's not going to hurt you to have that few of extra polys because it's just really not that many. So I'll move these points to the edge a little more. I'll move this out, and then these patches line up better. Okay, and now I've got this whole thing wrapped around. So I can select these and then boom, boom, boom. This one, we want to be careful because we don't want to be adding any triangles, and this is getting pretty slim. So like in here somewhere, I'd start to consider maybe consolidating these loops, but we won't yet. Let's relax them. That looks okay. Yeah, see, you can see these lines on the side here. Like right here, we're cutting off that much of the mesh. So we may or may not want to do it quite that way. And I don't really want to add loops, so it'd be better just to bring these down instead. Just want the point there, Blender, thank you. There and there. There and there. Okay. So let's just try to maintain the topology if we can. Let's bring this one down though. Okay. So that is actually not too bad. Let's just move this line to the middle, and that'll be kind of how it splits. This one can be up here, but this has to come out more. Yeah. Okay, and just trying to minimize the clipping, and just like creating bevels in normal modeling, more details around the edges is going to help it look a little smoother. We don't need it to look smooth in this though, because remember, we're going to just use normal maps and be sneaky with our UV unwrapping and stuff. Okay, so now here we've kind of established this nice little edge. And let's just use that like there, and then we'll add with our poly pen, we'll kind of stub that out there. There we go, look at that. I would say by far the most satisfying thing though is when you finally get all of this to where it needs to be and you can just fill in those last few spots. It's just the best feeling ever. Man, look at the relax tool is doing a whole bunch of work here. Crazy. It's really thinking we're going to need a new loop on that edge, but that's okay. Okay. Yeah, and if you think this part is bad, then just wait for the hands. All right, now the bottom we're good with whatever we come up with. So let's maybe just try to draw this to the middle like that, and then we'll try to draw it up to here and maybe to here. Okay, and then we got to start tying stuff in. Come on now. Okay, now quads are quads. So if we want to, we can fill these four sides in, especially since this is on the bottom. Should be able to get those to fill in. Eventually it'll figure out what we want. I guess we can just generate it too and then merge it. Or that can become the next line of loops, but that looks like a decent quad there. Yeah, it just really doesn't want me to do that. So the other thing you can do if it's misbehaving is just take a poly pen and force it to be one, and then it should let you fill in the patch there. Yep. Okay, let's get that guy and that guy. And it's going to cut that corner a little bit, but that's okay. Okay, now I'd say let's try to connect this center line. So let's try to take that one, maybe draw one here. So at least we have a loop. And then we'll come up to this corner. Okay, so those merge. We can do patches all the way out here. And then we have this line in the middle. That one's tricky to see, but I think we're good. Tell you what, I think they have improved the selection in this because I feel like it was a lot harder to get stuff like this to go well the last time I used this add-on. So if they did something, props to them. Here is that spiral effect. So let me whip around and show you. So basically, somewhere I have a loop that continues to go up instead of terminating. So if I show you any of these up here, they're just a nice loop. Once I get down here, they get cut and they go around and around. So we want to make sure we don't extend that upward. So if I have to, I'll come remove a set of faces from in here just so that I create a disconnection. But I think we'll be okay because we'll just tie it back in. So let's grab this one, fill it, let's fill. Yeah, see now here, we're getting into the fun. So let's fill quads across so that we know we have them. We can fill this one, and now we have a triangle. So what do we do? There's multiple ways to get rid of a triangle. For now, I'm just going to collapse it because I have the topology for that at the moment. This can come back a lot. Technically, that can be a whole quad. So let's just do it. There's one. There's one. Those ones are pretty long, but they should be okay. Because again, they're underneath, so you won't see them a whole lot. And this is the low detail one, so it'll be okay. More than normal. Let's wrap this around. Actually, I kind of want to maintain this edge because it did a good job of placing those. And so now we have some weird stuff. Let's fill in these as well as we can, and then we'll make everything else fit. And sometimes it's easier to come back and do the little bits like this at the end just to avoid having to get stuck on it, but um, you know, it is what it is. You have to do it eventually anyway. But we are going to move on here in just a second and go do the midsection. Where's that going through? Okay, so that needs to kind of stay up there. But I'll show you how fast we can do his bowl part body, I guess. All right, so now it's just a matter of filling in patches. Let's get our poly pen. I really want that point to stay on the edge more. And then that can follow along. That might work. Let's go to strokes here. And we'll come off of this one and just try to fill it. Boom, beautiful. Okay, that's a patch. It's not a cute one, but we'll fix it by moving that point. Let's see. Okay, I'm surprised it did that. Hmm. Okay, so now we have kind of an irregular shape here. So let's show how to collapse some topology. So we don't want to make any triangles, but we can't just come randomly cut things. So if I cut this, now we have two uh, quads in here that we can make. But then I've created a pole that doesn't line up here, or an n-gon, I should say. So what we really need to do is basically splice this. Okay, so we've created a try. We don't want the try. That is going to cause us problems. And we really probably don't want to be adding a lot of detail. So where you get this situation where there's extra triangles here, you can draw this line out and subdivide these two. And then let's go, because we can use this chance to clean up some of our edge here. Okay, so let's do that. So we've created a triangle here, and then we've created a couple down here. So anytime you have a triangle, what you can do is you can cut this. Okay, now this is a quad. You can, let's see if I can get myself into a never-ending dilemma here. Basically, what you want to do is um, you want to filter down from two lines of topology into a single line. So one of the easier ways to do that is to go from quads to these kind of oblong quads, and then this little like triangle nose quad, and then um, in this case we can remove this point here by sliding it, and I think I'm gonna start chasing my own tail here a little bit. But since I have a triangle here and a triangle here and one there, we can definitely resolve this. So let's just delete these edges because it'll make it easier to see what we're doing. We don't need to delete all of them. How about that one? Thank you. Okay. And then you can just rebuild good quads from there. Sometimes it just takes cutting it out and reshaping it to see what you need to do. Here we're going to create a triangle situation. So instead of that, let's just merge these. Okay, so now quad, 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 quad. And if I fill this patch, maybe if it'll let me. Sometimes you have to select them in a specific order, like that. But now everything's a quad. Get the poly pin out. There's nothing more than 4, and there's no tries. Okay. Uh-oh. Here is one though, isn't there? So we can just go the other way. Oh, but maybe we don't want to. But yeah, this is where you definitely can get into that cutting too many loops. I would be tempted to add some in here though. Because some of this topology is kind of weird too. I think it won't matter on our model in the long run for this use, because it's just going to be a animation holder. But let's just try to clean it up real quick. So yeah, this shape here is not allowed. So if I can move this over and move this over, what I can do is I can where's the knife tool? You can knife it back like this, and then dissolve this vertice, I believe, or this edge. So now this is a quad, this is a quad, that's a quad. And then where you have triangles here, dissolve these edges, dissolve these edges. Put one out here. We'll go from there to there. Delete face. Let's see, and I think I just created the same issue again. Yeah, so basically if you keep going with it, you can end up just chasing your tail. So let's find a good place to get a loop. Where'd that one go? Up and around? That'll work. Yay for cheating. Because now this is a quad. And everything on this foot is filled in. It's probably a little janky looking when it's shaded, but let's relax some of this a little, especially on the bottom. And this relax tool works so much better than it should. I mean, there's a lot of clipping here, but we can probably fix that later, or really even with the normal baking, I bet you that'll be fixed. But if we tweak this edge down a little, since I don't care about the underside too much, this should make it look okay. Oh, moved a couple vertices to the other side of the foot. That would definitely not look good. Pull that around. Okay. So that's actually decent. We're cutting the end of this toe off here, but that's something we can fix later. Maybe if we pull this forward a bit. That'll just make kind of a sharp little shape at the front. So that's okay. Right. So that's his leg. Now let's do his midsection. So this one should be relatively easy. I don't know if it'll let me cut contours here now. No, it won't. Okay, so what I need to do is probably just strokes. And we'll take these ones here. So if all that was really slow, this part's going to be really fast. So we're just going to come all the way across here and fill it. And then if I hold shift and scroll the mouse wheel, it'll add these loops. So I don't want too many, but I don't want too few. So that's probably decent there. And then we'll tweak this a little. So I'm going to have it follow the shape of his shoulder here. And right up in here, I see where we'll need a loop or two. Yeah, let's just add a couple. Because we really want to kind of define the shape of this transition here better. So we'll do that. Patches, we can load all the way across here. And actually, one of these spots will start splitting off. I think here we're still good to go because we haven't gone around the shoulder yet. And then here, we can, whoops, just use the tweak tool. Move it like that. So now we've kind of got this shape around the shoulder defined. I'm going to take this line and draw it down, and that'll be our edge flow there. So let's take the strokes, and we'll do, just try these four. And let's just come all the way down here. 1, 2, 3. So those actually match up here pretty well. So let's keep that. Move that up, and now we've got just some more patches to fill. Come on now. Really? There we go. Fill, fill. Okay. I think we got away with that a little too easily. We'll tweak this corner up to the side a little more though. Okay. And these ones can lead straight down to the leg. So maybe let's try to match those loops up nice. Let's see if we go there. Why won't you fill there? There you go. Okay, and they do start to stretch out a lot there, but we'll just add loops here in a minute. Just add one right there. Just try to keep it somewhat even. It doesn't have to be super low topology, but it should be, you know, decently low. It's going to perform really well, so it won't matter too much, but let's look into having our hole be right up here somewhere. So maybe we can get away with that, but let's try it. And for anyone like wondering, I'm definitely not like an expert at retopology or anything. But I've got a few characters retopologized well enough that um, if you do it how I'm showing here, everything's going to work just fine. If you were trying to sell the model, you'd have to really, really do it in a way that people would expect you to. So this may or may not pass that test, if you will. But let's see if we can get all of these to fill in. Why is that selected? There we go. Okay, now we have a lot more topology here. Um, so at this point, I'd probably just honestly add some extra loops because we don't really want to deal with splitting these too much. So I'll just try to line them up horizontally, and then we'll add details around his belly as needed. I cannot get those to select. There we go. Oops. Okay, and now, oops, these got out of alignment there. But we can fix them as long as they don't merge. Okay, we'll relax that line just a little. Okay. Okay, sweet. So that follows pretty well. Um, here, the lines don't follow his like muscles super well, but we're going to rely on the normal map for a lot of that. What I noticed is if the normal map has to be too high, though, it seems to really not work great. So you probably don't want to have too much of the bump rely on the normal map. But let's start doing his leg here. For this one, we'll just do strokes. I think we can do that whole line. Yep. We want the line to follow this way. But what if we come all the way over here, tie into this point? That almost worked. Yeah, there we go. And then wherever it's not perfect, we'll just use our tweak and relax tools and just adjust it. At some point, the topology does have to switch to go down the leg there. Um, Easy to learn, hard to master, even working with the add-ons. Yeah, absolutely. Takes a lot of trial and error, and that's another good reason that a live stream can hopefully help somebody because uh, when people publish nice polished 8-minute tutorials, they tend to cut out all of the trial and error stuff. They don't show the learning and all the struggling. So um, another good reason to do live streams. But let's cut a loop all the way over here. And then obviously that looks terrible, so let's add a bunch of loops in here. Oh, it did not like that. Never mind. I was going to try to loop cut it like I would in edit mode. But this should work fine. We don't need a ton of topology in this kind of area on the tail. But you definitely want to make sure you have enough so that the curves fit properly. Let's put one more on this far end. This add-on doesn't let me keep my cursor or my view centered to cursor, so throws me off a little bit. Okay. Now I would say we need to pull these in, and we'll try to match up with the details on the tail there. That might be too many. I've been on tutorial hell, so I record my PC to see my own human error while working on something. Hey, that's actually a pretty good idea because at very least you have like your own guidebook then too. So even if you don't make a tutorial for others, um, are you on YouTube? Do you make tutorials or are you just working in Blender? But I have an entire um, notebook that I keep Blender specific information in just for that. Okay. There's no reason to squish the belly there too much because we've got details from the rest of him, so let's not. Then let's smooth this out. Yeah, and the one nice thing about retopology, if you do it right, is you can tweak the mesh because it just becomes a mesh. You don't destroy anything. You don't make a permanent like redo that you can't modify. So um, that's definitely one benefit, or at least one like saving grace of it is that you don't have something that's finished. You can work on it in edit mode again. So or really just sculpt mode or whatever. Okay, let's pull a. So we're gonna have a pull in here, I think, somewhere. Yeah, and um, what's really interesting to see is how like DAZ 3D models, how their topology is set up. I wouldn't say that it's the best I've ever seen, but the models look really good and all the shading works perfectly. So, uh, but like for a horse or a centaur, the edge flow just doesn't make a lot of sense. Um, this channel is just for fun or some kind of my own documentary. Cool. Very nice. All right, we're gonna start turning this topology to go down the leg. Let's take strokes and let's just go all the way up here because we know that will work. We'll add this one. We'll come all the way down here, all the way around the side of the butt here. We'll go, let's see, probably to the back like that. Well, that worked better than I thought it would. And then I should be able to grab all of these here and run them along the side of him. Oh yeah, it's nice when that works. Okay, and then in here somewhere I need to split. Need to start to split off so we can let the topology follow the leg. So maybe we'll tweak a lot of this downward. And I'll start to split it here. Whoa, okay. Now I kind of have a little bit of a transition there. Relax these. They don't need to be that extreme. Okay. Let's see what it'll give us here. Of course, it won't let me fill that one. That is the only bug, or not bug, just the only limitation in this software that I found is if you don't have the right angles at certain points, it really doesn't want to let you do it. Okay, so what I want to do is pull this down and really push it back around his butt. And let's relax this so that the flow from his back comes down the leg more. And then we'll have to fix it on his hip a little bit, but that looks like a good loop to have. And truthfully, he has a lot of muscle detail and stuff on this part of him, so it's probably good to just add some extra just to be sure. Um, you know what? We probably don't need that. Let's just fill these, see what it looks like. That's probably fine. All right. It's not very precise. Oh, that actually turned out okay. All right. Now we can do more of the belly, I guess. So double click on this entire loop, and then I'm going to go down under him here. We're just going to draw all the way down the middle. Take that one off. Like that. And then I'll move them to the side, maybe. All right. So that's all hooked up. All right, let's cut a loop around the leg. Start going down that way. 16. Actually looks like it's going to work just fine. That's probably getting too far. So let's move. Nope, that isn't going to work, is it? And loops for legs, it's best to follow right around the crease of the inside of the leg. Otherwise, you'll get some really weird, like, topology transitions. So this one, I'm going to try to push in higher. Yeah, there we go. And then we can just cut and cut and we'll be fine. Actually, that one's in the wrong spot. There we go. Wonder why it wasn't including that one. Oh well. Okay, and then around any sort of knees, we want to add extra loops. Try to keep the loops somewhat level so you're not getting twisting. Try to cut this one right above the dew claws there. Okay. So that's actually really, really close to what we need. I think we need a couple more loops. Maybe right there, right there, there, there. Okay. That'll just help us maintain the form of the leg better. Okay. All right. Now we can just kind of fill some patches here in the middle. Um, Otherwise, yeah, we're going to be getting really close here soon. Hopefully I can get this to where we can just start to texture it in the next session. Those don't need to be that high up. So that'll come down. This can come up. And then right in here, we'll have to switch from leg to abdomen. So we'll have to deal with that. Just does not want to select the ones that I want to. Oh, I know why. Because it's going all the way through his body. Okay. Hide non-visible. Hopefully that does it. Nope, I don't think so. Um, well, should be blocking those, but it isn't. That's right. It just seems to be selecting things from behind the mesh that I can't see. All right, right here, I want to make sure this is done properly. Where did our loop go? Oh, I see what it did. Um, Reveal hidden. Okay. All right, so we might need a loop there while we still have an open loop. We'll add a few more patches. And then this will have to transition into the seam between his leg and his body. So let's try to keep this going around the seam. That. think we need a loop here. Okay. Actually gonna try to line this up so that this stays lower. See what that looks like. Okay. And then that'll have to split off and be its own topology. So now we'll have this patch and this one separately. So now we can just start building loops backward. Strokes. Of course it did that. Okay. He's got very, very long planes on his leg there, so that's kind of a problem. Let's relax this and see what it wants to do. That's okay. All right. So this one needs to stay in the seam up here, so it's got to move. And then at some point it'll split to go up. This is going to be the back of his leg, which is this right here. That can be this plane, so those will fill. Very nice. Let's just see how many we can get out of it. Well, that'll actually hold up pretty nice. Okay. And then I think this is going to be a good spot right here to start to turn it. So let's just put that in the center. Right there. And then we'll just start making patches in here. Could we be that lucky? No. We probably can go in this way though. Basically worked. I didn't like something that happened there. Okay. Now we just need to make a couple loops around the leg. Okay. Can I grab that one? Let's relax that though. That looks good. Actually, keep that loop. That one's pretty slick. Um, okay. Now this seems like way too little topology on his leg. So I'll just cheat and add a loop. And then I can get one here. Actually, let's just cheat and add another one, because I know we'll need them on the feet anyway, based on our front leg happenings. All right, yeah, okay. So this is looking pretty good. We'll have the seam sort of follow around. Should work well enough. The whole bottom of him should be close enough. I don't know. We may need a couple extra loops for some of the details on him, but how about one there, one there? It's good to keep them somewhat uniform. You don't need a billion, but you shouldn't have too few either. I don't think we're going to be in a position where we have way too many. Okay, I need to see where that goes. It goes down to his leg, so let's add one there. And we'll add one here, because we'll have to split off and go up the front part of his chest thing there. I don't think that'll be a good idea. And we'll need some loops on the middle of him anyway. Patches. Okay. So now we should be getting into the just filling holes part, which is the fun part, if there is a fun part. Okay, we'll have that loop trace on his leg there. Let's try to patch this. And now we have a new loop that we've created in the middle, so that's good. Because, look at this. It's going to tie in right here. And then that'll tie in. And every one of these little ones will tie in. Maybe. Oh. Let's add some loops. Just 1, 2. Now patches will work here. That'll be that. So front legs, front of the chest are done. All we have is the face, back feet, the hands, which the face is going to be easy once I get the inside of the mouth done. Let's see what else. Let's close up the horns here real fast. I'll show you how to do that. Because you could just um, basically make another contour here and then collapse it so that they all become a point, which is not always the best shading wise, but it probably work fine in this case actually. So maybe let's just stick with that for now. And then I can move an edge loop up closer to it and then maybe add another one right there just to keep the roundness of it. Okay, and then this one here is red, so it's telling me that they aren't all bound together at that very point there. Wish there was a way to select them all and know that they were. There we go. Can kind of see they're still not connected. Um, but really, so if you go and do that, all we've really done though is create a whole bunch of triangles. So probably not a good idea actually. Let's just do it the right way and try to avoid the issues. So I'm just going to take a poly pen and put one point out here in the middle. I'm going to come 2 across and do the same thing. Those two will merge together. Okay, so now what we've got is a four-sided object right here. So we're basically just going to make a few of those. That way we don't have any triangles at the end. And we won't lose our loops. Okay, I think that one fit, so let's go this way. I really need a better way to snap to the end of this horn, but this add-on doesn't let you use snap to cursor, so. Okay, and once you get a couple of these done, you should be able to just trace it around. And all we're doing is avoiding triangles here. So it doesn't have to be perfect. It just needs to close up and not have triangles. So even though they're pointy, they're still four-sided, and they'll keep everything looking good. So let's fill in some of these holes. That'll help us define the shape of the face. And then we can just fill gaps in there. So that one's pretty easy to fill. Let's go back to strokes. Select these. Maybe. Yeah. And then we'll just do this and see what it gives us. That's not ideal. Let's do these two. Okay, and then in here, this should be pretty easy. We probably have excessive detail, so I'll probably drag those around to get them to line up a little better, because we won't need that many. So I have one, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's actually lined up really nice. So let's just grab this free end and take this off of here. Whoa! That was a little obnoxious. Oh, it's pushing it back for some reason to something behind it. Okay. We'll do it the hard way, I guess. And then we'll take this guy and put it right there. And now the top of the lip is defined, so it should be kind of easy to fill in from here. Just want to be careful not to merge any of these on accident without realizing it. Let's move this out. Huh, I was surprised it liked that one, actually. Okay. Now I think our topology flow on the chin there is getting a little out of whack because it's following the neck in a strange way. So we can do that maybe to get it to turn. But now we have way too many vertices here, so I'm going to try to just fix it without too much effort. Try to move this in, move this whole loop around like that. Put a patch here. I'm going to just delete the edge, move this point up here. Don't know why it didn't want to make that quad there. Still doesn't. There we go. Okay, now we have a little better topology to deal with. So we can clean that up a little. Still probably not the best, but it'll work. Again, for whoever sees this, I'm not trying to get a super high detailed representation on this model. This one's going to be pretty low poly. I just wanted good edge flow so that I could UV unwrap easier. Um, okay, let's see. Yeah, I think this will function fine. So it won't matter. But the real point of this is to get nice, easy to work with texturing because I have the ability to bake the normal map to the mesh, so the mesh doesn't have to handle all the detailing. Here, I'm going to, I'll add a couple extra cuts. Oh yeah, fill. There we go. so nice when you can just fill in like that. You get to the end and start just filling holes, it's just so much better. So right about here, we're going to have to deal with the change in the flow. I think, do we want to loop in this? Yeah, that'll be easier. Maybe a couple, because we really want to define that jawline better. All right, that is probably too much of a cut. So let's tweak that. Oop, nope, let's relax it. See where it puts it. I can't believe how nice that relax tool makes that look. Um, that may or may not deform okay, but we'll leave it for now. Let's see, his nose isn't going to have to deform a whole lot, but it will a little bit. So let's start going around the nose, kind of like that. Don't know why it decides to go around the corners like that, but it won't let me clip through the mesh on my own. All right, but now it's pretty easy to kind of trace this. All right, that wasn't very helpful. Okay. I think that one we can get away with. Yeah, so Furuzawa was saying earlier, um, it's definitely hard when you get into these little spots to maintain good loops. So you just have to try to pay attention and do the best you can. This one, if I don't maintain great loops, it's not going to hurt anything, and I'll show you why after a little bit. But let's cut a loop here. If you're not careful though, you can definitely spend a bunch of time drawing a bunch of lines, getting it where you think it is, and then all of a sudden stuff doesn't line up. So Retopo is a good thing to slow down on. Let's move this over here. This can go here. Just kind of move this whole loop in. Want the front of his nose to be defined properly. All right. And then, we should probably get rid of that vertex and add a little more detail here because we got to go around that nose. Okay. Let's actually do that. Get rid of this edge for now. Let's tweak this up. Yeah, and if you're doing this stuff, It might be helpful to go and just Google reference for the type of thing you're doing. So I guarantee you, like a horse head or a cow head or something would pop up on Google Images here for retopology. So if I really wanted to see a good way to make loops, I could go find that there. I'm not too worried about it for this because um, all of my sculpting stuff is going to be captured anyway. Now I'm just hoping I won't eat my words when I see how it actually works here in a little bit, but I think it'll be okay. Alright. Now we need to start going around his nose on the inside. And this mesh was decimated and it's not the cleanest. So we're going to have a little bit of fun, but let's try to do it the easy way. And we'll copy these guys and we'll just go right inside here. And that actually worked really well, so we're just going to keep trying to get away with the same thing we got to work. Yeah, that's actually nice. And I am using Retopoflow Addon, but I think, if I remember right, Blender may have just added some additional retopology tools. So I might have to look into that. I just don't remember if they're uh, actual tools or if they are like this, where it's a new functionality or what the deal is. So I'll have to look into that because I know a lot of people are drawn to Blender because there is no cost. So if it's already built in, it's nice to be able to use it without paying for a new add-on or anything. Okay. Um, that kind of worked actually. Yeah, ideally, I probably shouldn't have started with a decimated model for this because the sculpted version would have been smoother. But and I can show what that mesh looks like too. But that one's so high poly it might have crashed this add-on. I mean, it's not awful. I think it's like 2 million, but still enough it could cause an issue. So now here I've got all this detail, and I've been spending time like placing these accurately and moving them around. But look how much work the relax brush seems to do. I mean, look how nice this flow is inside the nose. It's crazy. So let's just try to be fun and let's do as little as we can and see what happens. So if I come out here and just draw up here and then maybe go from here to here, I can't do that. Okay. Ah, look at that. That's what I should have been doing this whole time. Go back to patches, make this one, and then this isn't probably going to let me do one here. Nope. Oh yeah, it did. Okay. Just relax all this and see what happens. Yeah, that's not quite right. Oh, it's because we need more loop, or we need more detail around this pointy stuff here. There we go. All right. Let's see if we can get lucky here. Just add loops that way. Um, that can go there. We'll just put a patch here. Boom. I'm not sure what's going on with this. Okay. Okay. We'll just merge these up here, and we'll merge this one there, maybe. Thank you. Okay. In here, probably don't need all those details. Deal with them in a minute. Pull this over, pull this over, pull this over. Okay. Now I'm just going to fill in some of these. One, two, three, four. That one's ugly, but we'll actually here. We'll just cheat again. How about that? Put one there. Really? Like, why do you have to go in a certain order sometimes? There we go. That should work. Okay, we'll just do it this way. Merge. All right. Now we'll probably need a loop here. That'll get us out of the nose loops. And then let's just take a few of these. And we'll draw strokes back to here. That worked pretty well. These three, let's just try to go all the way up here. Okay, that worked pretty good. All right, now it's just time to fill some holes in. And then we're going to run our beloved relax tool and fix everything, and it's going to be just magical. We're going to cheat in here and add some extra loops. Kind of looks like he needed them anyway because his nose is deforming a lot. I know from making this, the first version of this head model, I had a lot of problems with having too many loops at the center. So this definitely looks a lot better for that. Let's see. There. Thank you. Man, that's wild how good that does. It just it just kind of distributes all these points more evenly. And now all I have to do is fill a couple more gaps and that's it. Okay. Yeah, and whoever has made it this far watching me, thank you for sticking around this long. This is definitely not the most fun thing that you'll ever see me do. So, I guess just thanks for hanging out this long. But I'm thinking in the future I'm gonna get on Epidemic Sound, where I have an account on there. But I might just build like a streaming playlist and then just play through the like system sound. But then we can have some music while we're just sitting around hanging out. So I think that would probably be a good idea because it's just too quiet. All right. These loops are going to actually be fairly easy. So let's just do this. Oh, it almost got it right. Um, morning. Morning, guys. Have I really caught a live stream? Yes. Have you been missing a bunch of them or something? Yeah, I hope someday I'll be able to stream at various times throughout the day. Because right now I'm in U.S. Central Time, and I have a lot of subscribers from Europe and India, well, really all over. So it'd be nice to be able to vary my stream times a lot. Yeah, man, I'm on the other side of the pond. It's 6:20 a.m. Sheesh. Hopefully you just woke up and you're not still awake. Although I do that plenty though. It's only what 12:15, 12:20. It's only 12:20 here, so not doing too bad yet. All right, let's just do a. Actually, patches will work, and then we can do a big fill. Why would you? Why would you do that? Retopoflow? Why would you do this to me? Come on, there we go. Yep, I just woke, but sometimes I could be up all night. My sleep pattern is horrendous. Yeah, I I don't sleep very much currently. I should, but by Fridays I end up almost not functioning. But when else are you going to do all this? Okay, let's relax this. But I guess it's not, I mean, it's not that late. I'm normally up till 2 anyway, so I got a little while. All right, let's get these four. Uh-oh. What is going on there? There we go. It hadn't selected that. Okay, this is going to be super satisfying if it works. Oh man, that is great. All right. 1, 2. So that'll have to match up there. So let's do this edge. You were supposed to figure that out, Retopoflow. That is your job. All right. I am super, super close to getting the face done. The eye sockets are really easy. I joined your Patreon just now. I'm setting up my own. I've been meaning to start getting a Discord and Patreon platform started for creators of VFX and music for some time. Awesome. Yeah. Um, yeah, I've started meeting some friends on YouTube and on Discord and stuff, and it's a lot of fun. I like to talk to people from all over, so yeah, let me know. I think I'll probably start doing some character stuff for Discord too, or for Patreon. I just right now I don't have time to produce stuff for people. So like custom animations or characters or whatever. There's no way I'm gonna get to that. Um, but someday I'd like to do sort of customized work. Um, but yeah, I'm just glad that Patreon lets you be a member for free now. So if you just want to be able to show that you've signed up, and I'll share when I have a low poly character tutorial that I have files to share for. I'll probably share them there because they let you share files now too. So why can I not select any of these? Um, yeah, man. Yeah, and we should also. I don't know if you heard that comment or not, but we should also. We should sit and pick some songs from Epidemic Sound one night for these long, quiet, relatively boring streams. We should have a playlist set up. I can just throw it on the system sounds and everyone can hear it. I think that'd be kind of fun. Because as much as I would like to get on Pandora and play whatever I want, I also don't want to be instantly copyright striked. Just won't let me add these loops in here. I have to do a cut. Yeah, music is my bag. If I'm not producing, I love making playlists. Super electric. Oh, oh, eclectic. Yeah, that's awesome. I don't, maybe someday in the future we can do something together with music and animations. I think one of the things that really makes um, animations meaningful is the sound and the music. So it'd be cool to do some sort of a collaboration someday. Do you publish your music somewhere? Because if you do, and I need it, I can go grab it and get it from there. I don't know if you're on Epidemic Sound or anything like that. All right. He's got like no gums left. Sheesh. That decimator or the decimate modifier really broke this model. That's okay. He doesn't need it. All right. I'm hoping I can just fill this all in with patches now, so I get the outline done. Yeah, and my biggest problem right now is I like to start characters, I like to work on them, and then at some point I just will let them sit there partly done. So, if I can get to a point where I start actually producing animations and final renders and stuff more often, I'll need some sound. I have a couple releases on Spotify and everywhere else. Um, Not happy with them as I self-released and I kind of rushed it all. I was in over my head, but I have a ton of releases. I don't know. I mean, everybody's always more of a critic to themselves than other people, so um, maybe I'll have to hear it first to decide. But I think part of it too is just getting some stuff published. I mean, you know, it took me a long time to start YouTube, and once you start to just get publishing, I think you get the hang of it and you learn, and then everything's just up from there, right? Starting the ball rolling and learning from where you mess up, absolutely. Yep, I don't think there's any other way to do it, really. Not if you're going to be an expert. Boy, this really wants to make a triangle right here. Triangles are not allowed. Let's just do this. Oh, should have been doing that this whole time. Okay. Yep. And let's just be really bold here and go all the way to the back. It actually kind of worked. Oh, too many. Never mind. All right, trust me, guys. I really want to get out of the mouth here. I know this is not that fun to watch. Um, this character though is by far the closest I have done to uh, to a point where it'll like really, really be ready for animating. Um, off recording or off camera, however you want to say it. I've been working on the rigging system for it, and it's tuned in really nice. So I'm just getting to the point where I'm like, I got to get this thing finished and get to doing something with it. Because I know that like retopology is one thing. I'll sit here and I'll stall out on it because it's boring, and it'll just never advance after some point. So, uh, um, yeah, all right. So this here is gonna just be some filling in patches now. Finally, finally. And then um I gotta do a couple well, I gotta do the back feet, which won't take long. And then I gotta do the stuff under his belly, Is that a NURBS mesh that you're creating polys over? I don't think Max has the drawing tools. At least I haven't seen any. This is, um, let's see. This is an add-on called Retopoflow for Blender. And basically what it does in a nutshell, if you're familiar with Blender, which I think you are, if I remember right from comments, it basically applies a um, it makes a new mesh, enters this little portal with these extra tools in it, and then what do you call that? It applies more or less its own version of the um, shrink wrap modifier and a displacement modifier. So it will basically build a second mesh on top of the existing one. And then the tools in here are just a little bit easier to use than native modeling in Blender for this, because it's just kind of geared to it. But you can do everything I'm doing in Blender with modifiers, so there's no reason that people have to go buy this. But some of these like fill tools and stuff, Blender just doesn't have on its own unless you really know how to set it up. So how can I cut a loop here? That's not what we want. But yeah, it's just it's one of those I found. If you're a character artist, that's probably one of the things you'd want to do is get a retopology one. Let's see. This probably shouldn't be a weird shape here. We'll have some mesh problems. Okay, so I am going to do one of these. Even though that's probably not, yeah, that's going to deform weird. Put it down in the crease more. That should fix it. Right. Weak. Really? It's not going to let me fill there, huh? Yeah, the workflow looks really quick. I mean, it is. It is for what it is. I mean, I'm starting to get like worried that it's boring content, but just for what it is, it's very fast compared to setting it all up in Blender. And the one thing about Blender too is you have to pay attention when you're doing it, because if some of the modifiers and stuff get turned off while you're switching modes and everything, you can have a bit of a mess. So uh, yeah, it's just a couple time saving things. Why won't you let me do that? All right, let's get this guy. I should really learn to make certain parts separately, like the mouth, and then um, match the number of vertices in the neck or the head or the jaw or whatever, and then just be able to attach the things, because that would make this a lot quicker too if I didn't have to kind of redo it every time. But anytime you mess with the mesh in that way, it seems like you're going to have to redo some parts of it anyway. So at some point, it's just like, you do this for 3 or 4 hours per character, and maybe I'll never have to do it on this head because I already have this head done. So maybe it doesn't matter, but I'm hoping that this character is one that's finally like surprisingly good to people when they see it. Um, because I spent way more time sculpting on this than I normally would. So we'll see if people like it or not when it's done. Okay, that's not looking terrible. All right, this is a good spot just to connect that and that, maybe. Yeah, character creation is definitely my favorite thing. So, um, if you want my input ever, if you have questions, I may or may not be the one you want to refer to, but if you got questions, I'll help where I can. Because if I could just sit and build characters all day, I think that's what I do. Yeah, I it's actually funny. People people that I know, friends and family and stuff, they always ask me why I have characters like this that are kind of this like mythology theme and stuff. And um, everybody seems to assume I have some sort of obsession with it because I have just a few characters on my channel. But they're like 8 times easier to make than custom modeling humans. So, and I find them to be just more interesting just because they're not usual. Like I can't go buy one of these that looks like mine. Mine are a bit different. But a lot of like my family members ask why I make such weird characters, and I think it's funny because one of the biggest reasons is it's a lot easier to make it look good than a person. So you kind of hide your um, we'll just say not lack of ability, but you can make a lot more um, free of designs, and people can't like most people aren't going to say that character looks wrong because this and this. Like it doesn't exist in reality, so it's really easy to just have your own creative freedom with it. We all have our go-to things. Well, yeah. And someday I'm going to make some sort of a game with all these characters. So that'll be cool. Um, but I have to learn how to make a game. So might be a while. All right. Let's cut this in half. Should be enough topo there. I really just hate doing the mouth. This is the most annoying part of the whole thing. Oh, we're almost out of it though. Um, why did we do 3 there? Thank you. But yeah, man, characters are my favorite. So if you ever need anything, or if you want to borrow a model or an add-on or something, just let me know. Sometimes people ask me why I bother making them myself, and it's like that's the part I like is just making them. And then they go into a hard drive somewhere on one of my computers, and then they just don't come out for a while. So I got to find somebody who does a lot of environment stuff because I want to learn, but I don't know it yet. Um, but to do some environment design, maybe I'll learn some Unreal Engine for that. And then, if you got some music covered over there, we've got that aspect. Just kind of slowly building up a group of friends. Sounds interesting. Always wanted to build a game. I've been thinking with the idea of learning Unreal Engine, but trying not to take on too much at once. I know what I'm like. Yeah, but that's fair because you can't, there's no reason to try to learn all this stuff at once, or you don't learn any of it. Like, there's so many cool tools, but if you sit and learn 10 minutes of a thing in just random times, it's going to be really hard to get any of it to stick. So, I would estimate I've probably spent 4 or 5 thousand hours in Blender in the last 3 years, maybe more. But that's why I haven't learned Unreal Engine because I focused on this so much. But I watch UNF Games as a channel that does Unreal Engine stuff, and those guys seem super proficient at it. So I've been watching some of that, and I'm like, man, I need to learn that, get into environment design because I don't have a good solution for that yet. But that's the fun of it. It's a lot to learn. Uh, no, we don't want that. Polypen. We're so close. We're so close to being done with this. And then we'll probably get done and have one triangle because that's always how it works. Just wrote a piece for DayZ server, but the server shut down. I've continued to work on it for film and game licensing. Cinematic and game music is my new passion. Would love to help. Awesome. Yeah, that's super cool. And again, I don't know how to do any of it yet. So I fall back to like, well, I'll just make a bunch of versions of characters. But I think that's one of those things that, you get a group together and it just starts to speed up because enough people are interested and spare some time to learn it together. So yeah, I'm down, man. If we get a little crew together, start doing something cool. And that MRU Studios, who you may or may not know, uh, he's on here sometimes. I talk to him, but he's another one that would probably be interested in doing a lot of stuff with us too if we started getting a group together. I think, I mean, especially for games, but I think the future is going to be little indie studios that may never even see each other in person. I think that's where everything's going to head because when people get bored enough of the same major titles over and over and over, I think they're going to start looking around. And with all the tools we have now, I think you could do it in a small group. Okay, dude, I'm gonna leave the stream running, but I got my new PowerEdge server coming today, so I need to tear apart my network, etc. Exciting day. Yeah, 100. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let me know. Let me know about that server. I've always wanted to get a PowerEdge or two and just try them out. I'm just afraid I won't know what to do with it because I'm always a GPU guy. How? Yeah, like Star Citizen. How many hundreds of millions of dollars have they taken and still not released? I was one of those backers. But Star Citizen, I don't. I think they are going to release though, aren't they? That's not one that's going to disappear all of a sudden. Not that I mean, you know, not that that makes it any better, but I guess I'd rather have it be um, done than rushed. But yeah, at some point, if they tell you it's going to be by whatever day or whatever year at this point, and then all of a sudden it's 5 more years, then that's super annoying. But yeah, well, we'll talk soon. Maybe I can explain what my game would look like, and we can just kind of start thinking about it and talk to some of my other friends and see what we want to do. So close to done with this part. Come on. We don't know. Chris Roberts has a history of not finishing games. Oh, really? Yeah, on the server side, I only bought my first Power Edge like 3 months back, and now I'm on my third, mainly for multi GPU. Oh, so do you run server GPUs like SXM format, or do you run like 2 slot like quadros, or what do you run? And then multi GPU. I assume you're are you either rendering or doing machine learning stuff or what? That's super cool though. Oh yeah. Okay, now we're just filling in the gaps here. This is gonna go quick. Okay, why would it fill in that way? I have no idea what SXM is. In each server, I can fit 4 single slots or 2 dual slot GPUs. I'm looking at getting multi A4000 single slot cards and filling the 3 servers with them. Oh, I think we talked about that on a comment. Um, yeah, A4000s I think are a good deal, especially under 600 bucks for sure. So that would be cool. SXM is the server format GPUs. So they look like little flat square ones, and normally they attach directly to the motherboard. There's not a PCI interface. It's like on the bottom of the card. 2070 Super Workstation servers have Quadro P4000 currently. Okay, cool. I had considered P4000s at one time too. All distributed rendering with V-Ray, um, or Backburber. I don't even know what that is. Okay. All right. Are we actually done with the mouth right now? How exciting would that be? And then these three will go together, kind of. 1, 2, 3. Oh, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Back burner. Okay, I've heard of that. I just haven't played around with it yet. Yeah, one of my latest ideas is to go try out a bunch of free trials on software and just do like a whole month of testing while I have my free trials, because I think that'd be a good month or two of good information that people request. I just don't have a way to buy every single software. All right. Well, let's do the ears. Now I'm getting excited because this guy's going to be done anytime. And it's only going to be an hour and a half later than I said it'd be. Oops. How many is this? I think we got plenty. Okay. So we're going to pull a dot out to here, and we're just going to do the same like we did on the antler or the horns. Nope, not yet. Okay. Come on. I can see it. Let me select it. Thank you. Oh, you got to be kidding me. It's not going to let me do that. All right. Let's go out this way a little. Work, work. Come on. This is just not behaving. Okay, that'll work. That is one other problem with having um, decimated geometry to do this, is the points you're moving around on this program uh, have to attach to something, and it doesn't do well when you have a very low poly torn up part of a mesh due to the decimation. So I think I'm getting kind of the punishment for that right now. Actually, let's do this one. Why would that even go there? So yeah, it might just be better to leave um, non-decimated sculpt on here instead of trying to deal with this because it's being irritating. All right, we're just gonna do every little patch. All right. Nope, of course not. Alrighty, that worked better than I expected. Okay, I don't know if that helped us or hurt us there, but let's just try some of that. Man, normally the ears are not this bad, but I think this mesh just happened to not fit it very nicely. Because this should have been some nice easy fill area, but we're getting there now. Still gonna get this retopo done here. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. Just try this. Let's go. Boom. Yeah, all right. Still gonna be all quads here on the end of the ear, just not gonna be pretty. But I don't think it'll matter because when we unwrap this model, it's not gonna make any heartache for us. All right, let's try. Okay. Work. This will let me select lines from through the model, but not one that I can see that's right in front of me. Okay. Go. That's merged up. It's going to be a little thin, but that's okay. Patch, patch. Okay. There we go. And now this is technically a quad, but I mean, that's not going to shade at all. In fact, that may throw some backwards normals. I guess smooth shading might fix it. All right. That was way more annoying than it should have been. That might be part of it being 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's see how bad this gets if I stretch it out. Really bad. Oh, that'll work for now. He's not going to be used for textures anyway. Okay. Those are too far apart. These ones should work fine though. Let's just try. And then that can go there. That should be able to go there. Okay, let's see. It's not liking that because, yeah, actually, that probably wouldn't be too good. Don't really need that much detail over here. Um, okay. Okay, let's put some loops in here. Try to take care of our problems earlier than later. That's a whole one there. Sheesh, okay. That's probably okay. Now we're cooking. All right. I haven't even said anything for a long time because I've been too focused on trying to stay awake. Kind of, sort of. But um, we're getting super close. All right, let's add. That'll be one. This has to come this way. There we go. All right. Who's still here? Oh, there's people here. Hello, everyone. I haven't been saying anything. Just getting close to done with the eyeball socket here. And then only a couple parts left after that. I'm going to try to just get it done, but we'll see. This doesn't want to fill. We will see if this will let me get it done or not. All right. Now let's just take some of these all the way up here. And there. There. All right. This is probably too big of a plane. So let's just get a little loop going in here. Okay. These will all go up under here. And then we're just gonna try to fill this all in one big go. Alright, why would you feel that way? Strokes. Okay. Sheesh. Okay, let's line up those two, these ones. Too much work. Time to go to CG Trader. It is a lot of work. It is. That is true. I do like it, but yes, sometimes at 1:23 a.m. my time, I decide that um, maybe there should be some questions asked. But on the bright side, you only have to do this once per char- per character, I guess. So, not sure if that actually makes it better, but hey, maybe someday I'll be really fast at it, or Um, if somebody smarter than me knew how to program um, a model to train so we can get AI to do this better, that would be cool. I think if 3D artists were going to buy one software, it would be mesh correction with AI. I think everybody I've ever met would probably pay something for that. Give it a year. Honestly, yeah. Some of the stuff that we're doing now that seems simple was completely unthought of just a little bit ago. So I suppose, yeah, once they stop making those, you know, fake pizza commercials or whatever, it's going to be pretty exciting once we start using AI for everyday tasks. There's got to be money in it. Weird question. Do you use onboard audio or an interface? Um, my audio goes through um what's it called? OBS Studio. So think I have a lot of I don't think I have a lot of sound effects on it or anything. Is my microphone like too quiet or something? Because I'm sure by now I'm tired enough to be talking too quiet for it. Yeah, yeah, those AI commercials are awful. Like Houdini software specialized on procedural VFX, look-alike geometry node on Blender. Well, yeah, what I don't get is why would it be hard to just kind of trace the topology? Because like quadrimesh and stuff just don't fix the problems with the mesh. They just kind of add a whole bunch of points. Just have a problem with my PC where it only picks up my GPU HDMI audio and nothing else. Was wondering if you had NVIDIA HDMI audio too. I don't. I have a Blue Yeti microphone, and I know that it has its own software, but I don't think that's enabled. I don't think I have any of the filters enabled in it. Um, but yeah, I don't use any other audio interface. I kind of need to turn my gain up maybe because it's cranked all the way, and sometimes it still seems like it's maybe too quiet. But I think you guys would all be able to tell me if that was the case. So, oh man, okay. And we're gonna be the perfect number of points. Happy little accident right there. This will work out just fine. Maybe. Hold on. Should probably be up here. Just do that. That'll work. And then this guy's gonna be a problem. Let's see, where did this entire extra loop come from? Oh, right here. Your audio is superb. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I haven't played with it a lot lately, so it's good to hear that it's all right. Oh, here, you know what? I'm gonna get rid of this or attempt to and completely mess it up. Let's see, where does this even go? Let's see, maybe that'll work. Delete edge. Yeah, here we go. Patch, patch. Okay, this is going to be a little ugly in that area. That's okay. It'll work. Let's relax it and see what it does. Oh, interesting. Not sure that was a net gain. Turn that. I agreed there. That was good. It's not really clipping that far, just clipping all over. But that's probably fine because our normals are going to be way higher than our mesh, not lower. And that should make it easier to bake. So we'll see. Or I completely made that up just now. Horns are done, ears are done, eyes, mouth, nose, front feet, hands. The hands are just awful in every single way, which is fine. Let's throw some geometry on there real quick. All right. Yeah, let's just go that. And then there is a trick to doing hands. I remember having to deal with it. I think I had to center one vertex between each finger and then center one vertex on each finger. And then I can do loops around them, and then everything else is just fill in the gaps. Okay, polypen. Well, this is a decimated version of the hands, but I would say these were, you'd have to see the full detailed one, but I would say these were some of the better hands I've done. Thought about lowering the number of fingers, maybe just going down to claws and the thumb. I know a lot of cartoons use this method. Yeah, um, and they actually look a lot better on the uh, like fully detailed one because this is a decimated one. So I can show you that in a second, but I have seen I have seen that a lot where they'll give them like two what maybe like almost two thumbs and two fingers kind of, which is kind of weird looking, but that's I think more like what um like cow's feet would be like or something. So I've seen that before. I think that was in a game. That would make it a little easier. But I don't think this is too bad as long as I get the right number of points on here because I've done it 3 or 4 times and It's never fun, but it's not the end of the world. Like two big evil grippers and a claw. It's hard to explain. Oh, talons, that would be cool. Eventually, the intent is just like for whatever game I end up making, um, the characters you'll pick different pieces and parts of different species and stuff because they'll give you different benefits. And then it's going to be kind of like an Age of Empires like single round survival thing. So that's the initial idea. And but just to be clear, I have absolutely no idea how to make a game. So it's not really going to matter for at least a few years, but got to have something to work toward, I guess. Yep, I like the idea of battle royales, but they don't it doesn't necessarily have to be just entirely violent either. But I think Age of Empires, if you have ever played that, it's a good model for it because it's like um, very strategic. So it's kind of more like that. My game hours on that must have been sky high. Well, I yeah, we play what is it now? Age of Empires 4? Whatever the current one is. We play sometimes. It's still fun just to get in there. It's kind of too easy though. Of course, we don't play the ranked match. That's a bad idea. All right, let's start putting some of these. What do I have? It'll be one, two. It's not just four, it's eight. Yeah, I think that's right. Okay, now we're in business. All right, yeah, here we go. The same way I like turn-based games. I love strategy. I think it was the version I spent most of my time on. Yeah, Age of Empires is kind of fun, but the problem with it is it's so grindy at the beginning of every round. It's like 15 minutes to get to anything happening. So you got to be ready to just sit there for a while and then get killed right away. Age 2, yeah, we played a lot of Age of Empires 2. Um I think the first night I ever played it, we stayed up till like 5 a.m. because we played against some guys my friend knew, and it was just all night long, like one round. But that was the first match I'd played, and it was just like, okay, that was really cool, even though that took all night. Let's see, there's one off the middle, so one comes over here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just do the four. Just do these ones, please. Really? EA is trying to get my attention. Well, and since you're an Age of Empires fan, Age 2 was back when the siege weapons could destroy trees. So that day we played, that's how we won. We cut a path through the thick forest, and it took like an hour and a half, but they didn't see us coming. And then my buddy popped out of the trees and got into their base from behind. It was just hilarious. The guy was just completely mad. Like he didn't pay attention, and it had been 6 or 7 hours. So I suppose he was probably over it anyway. But it's just so funny. But that was back in college when I could stay up till like 4 or 5, and then just get up and go to class, and not just didn't matter. All right, what do I have going here? I don't think I ever played online. I remember having a couple games and just having players that went in early game and decimated me. Yeah, yeah. Um, that's what happens online in this on the current one. Like you get in there and somehow people are ready to go in minutes, and it's just over. I mean, and it can still be fun sometimes, but then sometimes it's like, man, why even do that? Okay, let's see. Mm, okay, just try this. Rotate back a bit, and then we're going to add some loops. 1, 2, 3, and then really just all over. All right, see, that ain't so bad. I've just uploaded my first video to Patreon. Here's to new things. Congrats. Very nice. Music related or what? Yeah, no, that's awesome though. It's there's so many ways to share stuff now. It's fun to be able to just throw it up there. Okay. Okay, let's try that. Start filling in patches. These ones are brutal if you forget what you're doing, so hopefully I can keep these ones in line. All right, and then this has to be in the middle of the finger. Yeah, I would I would pay pretty good money for a automatic retopology tool that actually worked just like with the click. Both. It's a particle animation and the game music I'm working on. Oh, cool. Yeah, so you combine your Blender stuff and your music. That's awesome. Or not Blender. You said you are in. What did you say? There's so many softwares. What did you say you use? That was a ways back, wasn't it? I'm looking through the comments. $3DS Max. Okay. Oh yeah, you said Max. That's right. I probably just can't remember anything anymore today. But it's almost the weekend. So tomorrow I just got to survive at work and then it'll be fine. Using TyFlow for the particles, render with V-Ray. Very cool. Good memory. I don't know if it's good memory. It's sometimes it's good. I don't know about right now. Okay, then this guy's got to go there. And this one comes back over here. At least I have the fingers memorized because the first time I had to learn how to do fingers, it was just awful. Because I think I spent like 5 or 6 hours just figuring out how to tie the fingers back into the hand. And like literally. I am opting game designing for my masters. Any tips? Um, well, I honestly don't have any industry experience. Um, I mean, I can give you tips for school in general, but yeah, yeah, hands are the hardest in art. Um, that's for sure, and it's true in this. It's true in drawing, but game designing for your masters. I I'm not. I can't speak from a place of like actually being able to give you advice, but um, I can I can just say that a lot of people spend too much time in school not learning out of school things. So, you're probably around a lot of really experienced people, and it would be um, unfortunate not to learn as much as you can from some of those guys that have done it forever. Because that's one thing I've never had. I've never known somebody that's done this like professionally yet. Um, why not duplicating the finger and stretch it? Um, well, that's a good point. I don't know that I've ever duplicated a part of a mesh in Retopoflow. Um, but yeah, game design, I, it's gonna be, it's gonna be like what I did in school, and just get as much practical skill as you can because um, you're gonna you're gonna be around some really cool people, and uh, whenever you're around knowledge like that, just soak it up. If I assume you probably have some other like programs you can do. Like I'm an engineer, so I built steel bridges and concrete canoes and did all the other non-class stuff. And you just learn so much doing that kind of thing, and you meet people. And um, but yeah, unfortunately I've never done it professionally. But that's cool. So you must be almost to your master's program then, if you're thinking about that. So congrats on that. That's pretty cool. All right. Why not duplicating the finger and stretching it? You know, I always get people in here trying to make this easier for me, and then I don't know how to do what they're saying. Can I can I just select this stuff like normal? There's got to be a way to duplicate, right? I don't know. That would be nice. I mean, I can do this pretty easy and just scale it back to 8 and then do the same thing up here. And then I can add my loops, and then it's really not too bad. I probably went out of order on that other finger because I didn't need to do it again, but yeah, game design. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're here for the discussions, but I think there is a ton of opportunity for unique games that remind people of like the story-based games of the old days. I can't duplicate when using the add-on. Yeah, no, I don't think so. As far as I know, there's not a way to duplicate geometry inside of this, and there may be, and I'll probably have to look that up. But yeah, you'd think for like fingers, um, I mean even like certain muscle groups and stuff you could duplicate. But yeah, I did try like Shift D just to be sure, and it didn't do anything in here. Not to say you can't. I just haven't figured it out. But we are almost done here with it. And then all I have to do is tie it in. I guess the thumb, but that won't be so bad. Eight. Okay, let's rotate. But yeah, Silent Foe, do you know what you want to do? I mean, that's a super cool thing to study. Now knowing what I do about what I currently do at work, I probably would go after something like that if I could start again. So um, it's really cool to hear what else people do. Also, by the way, everybody who's still in here hanging out, thank you. Um, Having you guys sit here and watch these with me and just engaging in general is just so crazy because um, it's finally like I'm getting a bunch of engagement. People respond to stuff and it's just really cool. So thanks for being here. But I know I know a guy from my childhood and he's actually a full-time YouTuber and I haven't really met other ones in person like that I really knew. So he's been kind of my like wow, that can actually happen. But you never really know. And then just lately it feels like it's going to be a lot closer to reality to get there. So thanks to everybody for helping me get there. Yeah, I also work on Blender when watching a stream. Yeah, cool. I hope I have things to teach people. I'm definitely no expert, but I probably should be after all the hours I've spent, but there's a lot of distractions in there too, so okay. And now this should be 8. Yeah. Okay. That one's not too bad, but let's rotate it a little. Loops. 1, 2. Sweet. Okay. I just got to tie it back to the hand. The thumb will be really easy. Let's just do oops. Got to deselect. Let's do 10 on this. Trying to add extra details around fingers. And then this one will probably just end the tip out. Yeah, see like um look how look how low detailed the fingertips are. On the high poly model that I get the normal maps from, they're way more detailed than that. So this one's like 27,000 triangles in the mesh, and the high poly one is I want to say like 1.8 million. So I decimated it down quite a bit because I got my rig set up. So that's all done, and weight painting is ready to go. So it'll just be texturing next. But I am getting super excited to actually do something with this. I don't know what I'll do with it, but probably just give him like a big bow and have him knock down some rigid body objects, and I don't know what else. Or I should just make some version of Skibbity Toilet. I don't know if you guys have seen Skibbity Toilet, but apparently if you want to make a significant amount of money on YouTube, you can animate toilet guys that come out and attack people with cameras for heads. All right. We are going to need some edge loops here. Oh, yeah. All right. That'll go there. We need one right here. Easy peasy. I might throw one here since I can still. Let's just go ahead and do that. Keep it consistent. Furuzawa, what are you working on right now? Got something cool going on? Strokes. Fill this patch in here. All right, let's maybe add one more loop. That looks like it's going to get too long. Okay, let's scale that a little. Some office projects. Cool. That is cool. It's cool to be doing that at work, I think. Because if I did that during the day at work, people would be mad at me. Man, this is looking actually decent. That's good news. That's good news. Okay. Start doing a bunch of patches here. At this point, I might as well just stay up and not go to bed. Stumble into work at. Maybe I should just go in early and leave early. That's not the best, but we can work with it. You don't want to fill that one for me, huh? Okay. That didn't clip into it. Okay. Now it fills. Yeah. 1402 right here, working hour. Oh, so you're at work here, or right now. Nice. Oh, ho, ho, look at this. Look how nice this lines up. See, that's the kind right there. When you get that to work out, that just feels good. Yeah, it's going to go all the way around, isn't it? Like this line, that guy, boom. Okay, I'll have to collapse those. Probably close this shape up here. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we do what's a good live for characters? I mean, because this like topic wise, this is obviously just kind of slow and stuff, but is like is animating live more fun or what's a good idea? Because I just I don't want to just make stuff that's like searchable or whatever. Like what's cool to watch? I do like to do like water simulations and stuff, but you know, just setting those up isn't really probably too fun to watch either. Dang it. Of course that one didn't work there. Do strokes. Select this. Just run this all the way out to here. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, that's a bad idea. Okay. Do that one. Really? Come on now. There we go. Gonna make me draw the line. That is what you are supposed to do, little add-on. Really? Even with all four sides selected, it won't just do it. Oh, that one works. Um, okay. I should have moved that over one. Yep, and then I gotta get rid of this triangle. Okay, and then this. Oops. Right. Where is the... Quad. Let's just bring this out of here. Just need to add one there. All right. I don't know if these will turn out okay with the point on them like that or not. Oh, contours. Okay, that'll work a lot better. All right. That works fairly well. How many is this, though? 12, so that should work. Oh, so close. Last finger. All right, that should be good enough on that part. All right. Man, we're getting so close. It's so late, but I want to see it. All right. So close now. Still 3 people here. Telling you, we need some music going. Oops. That's not what I wanted. All right. Just a couple things left. Aha. Yep. I didn't think anybody was paying attention. Yeah, dude, this guy's definitely got the full model. Did did you see the community post about this character? Because you could see it all in that. And some lady commented that she hopes it's only going to be used for good. Yep. Got to get those stream hours in. Yeah, well, thanks for watching for hours and hours. Or letting it run for hours and hours. Either way. Human centaurs. On Hercules game. What is that? Isn't it weird how I've never had to spell that word? Took I didn't think anybody would really care though. It is 4,000 hours to get the full monetization, which is kind of hard to get with videos, so I started streaming. Well, yeah, thanks. Thanks for trying to help out. I mean, it adds up really fast because like this stream is already um 5.5 hours long. Sheesh. And just one person watching it that long counts. Yeah, game streaming would help. I just don't know that mixing gaming with this would be a good idea because the the viewers probably don't cross over very well. I actually have a gaming channel, I just don't use it. So someday, if I have time, I probably would. But yeah, sorry about the whole surprise attack there, but it's the only thing left, and then this thing's done. Look, all I can say is if you ever seen a real bull, that's what you're gonna see. That's it. That's all comment on it, and that's it. Yeah, that's what's tough. Um, they basically tell you the same exact thing for YouTube. Don't try to sell all your different things in one channel, but it's tough to have to split them up, and then all the time you spend doesn't go to all of them. It's just not easy to do it. Oh yeah, no. No, and that's why I don't use Patreon like um to actually make like commission work or custom stuff because I just wouldn't have time. I don't even barely have time to post on Instagram, and that's supposed to be easier. Yeah, and then um there's posting just to post, but then there's also like trying to have something that's worth posting, and it all just takes so long. There's no way. There's no way to actually do all of it unless that's all you can, if that's all you do. But even then, it's like definitely full time work. Yeah, did you hear that? Um, what I just said about the community post though, I thought that was hilarious. I post him. He looks he looks just like this, like he has everything. And some lady said, "I hope this will only be used for good." And that's the only comment it got. Like it's not going to be used for anything. It's just how they look. Yeah, I don't know. Just kind of funny, I guess. I just want to make them 100% accurate just because. I don't know why. Well, all right, enough of that. Anyway, at long last, after what time? Started at 9:30 and it's 3:10. 3 hours plus 2.5 hours. 5.5 hours. See, if I worked that much and put extra time in at work, that'd be a pretty good amount of money. That's wild. All right, I'm gonna try to exit this. Um, it's a big part of a bull or a centaur. No pun intended. I exactly. To me, it's weirder to censor things like that and then be fine with like extreme violence or some of the other stuff people post. But I guess I don't know. Most people wouldn't see it that way either. But yeah, I mean, you drive by one out there in the field, and that's what you notice. It's just right there. But all right, let's see. Where did it save this? Well, yeah, and if you look on if you look on places like ArtStation, where people post actual uh, like professional finished products, when they make sculptures, they make 3D art, whatever, they all those guys include it. So I just don't think it's that weird, especially because it was just like right off of the reference I used for this. But doesn't even mean you have to use it for anything. It's just how they look. Or like a perfect example is all the models in DAZ Studio um, are just so inconsistent, and I think it's just because they're not made by the same people. But oh yeah, here let me show you the actual like model. So here's the here's the brand new retopoed one, and we'll shade it smooth. So I mean, on its own, it's not that bad. Um, here's the low poly one. So here's the difference in the mesh. So this one is, let's see, let's turn off this one. This one is 9,700 and something vertices, but all of the flow is actually useful for UV unwrapping. So I'll be able to do that. And then here is the actual original one. So I'll show you the topo here. Um, yeah, yeah. Here's the real one. Here's the original sculpt. So here's the full complete detail one to the stripped down animation one. So then let's turn these guys off. What I did, and this is obviously not the new one, but if I go to the shading tab, I baked the normals to a normal map. So if I turn actual shading on, that normal map applies and you can see all that detail. No, that's all Blender. Yeah, I do all my sculpting in Blender. And I actually bring it from like just a sphere. I don't start with anything. I don't have any base meshes. Yeah, thank you. I know people will think he's cool. I just have to like get it done finally, you know what I mean? So every time I post something about it, people don't normally have a ton to say because it's not done. Yeah, so here's what it normally looks like. The baking the normal map just gives it all of those details, um, but it doesn't use any resources. So, and I don't think I have this one posed, but where's the rig? I also do all my own rigging. So like here's the rig I made for this one, and I have a few different Centaur ones because I've had to build them before. But yeah, the cars I started with a plane and worked from there. One of them I did in my spare time at work 10 years ago. It still looks great to this day. So what does baking do? Does it speed up renders? Yeah. So if you look at this mesh here is the decimated one, so it has really bad topology, but it's lightweight. So baking is like taking, instead of having all the 3D detail, because here's the here's the very high detail one next to it. So this one over here is the high detail. Obviously, this one's the low detail. you can bake these details onto a 2D map that Blender interprets as height information. So then when I go into the shading tab, um, I plug in the normal. So this left one here is the low poly one. So if I can tune the normal map to be extremely overboard or no details at all. Yeah, so when I pose this, then I don't have any of the weight of the file. So, and the other cool thing is now that it's set up, I can tune how much detail I want. So if somebody says your sculpting is too overboard, um, and I get all sad and start crying about it, I can just turn this normal strength down and make it not quite as muscular, but not have to change the model at all. So yeah, kind of cool. But you can do that with textures. You can do it with a bunch of stuff. So um, and it's crazy that Blender still calculates the lighting even though it doesn't actually have the 3D displacement. Rig using FK and IK or basic rigging. Um, Let me go back to that page. I'll show you the rig. I'll probably have a another live or video or something about like when he's done, because I've been excited to share it, but um, I haven't finished it yet, and so he'll have armor and a weapon and whatever. Let me turn off the high detail one and the low detail one. So this is the Retopo one I just made. Um, but yeah, no, this one is actually I think I had a horse rig for reference too. I have to try to find it though. Yeah. So I'll apply this to the um, I'll apply this to the rig really fast and then I can deform it. But it's actually Rigify in Blender, but it's a combination of it's actually working decent. I've played with this rig for like probably 10 hours this week trying to get it to work. It, it's just a complete um, well, it's hard to get this much moving moving parts going basically. But yeah, so you can have him jumping. I think I have another file where he's shooting a bow. Um, but yeah, so it's a horse body rig that I've modified a little bit with some extra bones, and then um, I'll go back to the meta rig here, so you can see. So Rigify is like I have too many objects in here. Rigify is you set up the bones and then you generate the rig and then you it makes these controllers and then you can parent the body to the rig. But um, here's the bone system. So this part down here is just a horse rig and basically verbatim. I think I had to move him around because this guy's so thick it changes stuff. Um, and then the top part is just a human rig, except for the head is one that I've used for the Minotaur version of this guy, the like two leg one, because it's the same head. And then I just added some sculpting. Um, but the head bones are actually from the wolf meta rig that that Blender has in here. I think they have a wolf. Yeah, this wolf meta rig. So I took the head off of the wolf because it fit closer than the horse did for this guy. Human torso, horse lower body, and I just splice them all together. And then I'd say it takes like an entire week of playing around with it to get the deformations to work very well. I'm really interested in learning rigging and how to refine skins, etc. I have some downloaded characters that I wanted to pose for my friends, server but struggled with deformation. Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with if you wanted like any help rigging in Blender specifically, I am particularly used to it. I don't I don't know everything, but like if it's just making a normal type of character move around, it's pretty easy for me. So if you ever need any help, just let me know. Um, you can also send me models and I can rig them and send it back to you or whatever. I don't know that they would convert to um, 3ds Max or not, but yeah. But now that this thing is so lightweight, well, and the biggest thing, so the other one was pretty easy to pose. So this one's not a lot easier to pose than that one was, but when I come in here to texture this, let's get rid of this meta rig. When I come in here to texture this, it's going to be really easy to select edge loops to separate for materials. Blender can use, let me show you this list on the screen right now. So, I mean, plus or minus everything, if you will. But um, I know that like to export the mesh to Substance Painter, you use FBX. So I don't know if that's a better option for Blender or not. I don't know if it matters. But yeah, STL, FBX, OBJ, any of that should work just fine. What else is in here? Yeah, I think that should give you plenty of options. Yeah, FBX seems to work really well. But what else? I don't think I'll have to get this guy going, but one of the one of the next steps will be obviously texturing. So I'll do like a fake fur texture on his entire lower body, and then um, probably start making armor and stuff. Alembic is good for Sims. Yeah, I actually need to learn how to use Alembic because um, I've wanted to share fluid simulations with friends who don't have flip fluids. So I've been meaning to try to bake them, uh, and then try to send them afterward that way. But it's just like it's just another thing I've never done, so I haven't got around to it yet. But what else? I need to make his eyes because his eyes are wrong. There. Give him some. I wonder if I can just apply that normal map. Maybe not. Oh yeah, no, because the UV won't match. Um. Oh my, what tremendous dedication for making this project. Well, thank you. Yeah, I making characters is one of my favorite things, probably my favorite thing in Blender. And if if I didn't have to go to work, I'd sit here all night and just do it. Um, but yeah, thanks for saying that. It's just to me it's the most fun part. And I think I'm realizing lately I never get the characters finished or like have them actually do something, so people never see them after I make them. Um, I'm on a simulation right now, just rendering each frame is almost a gigabyte. Yeah, is it flip fluid? Well, no, it's not flip fluids because you're not in Blender. Probably fluids, right? It seems like fluid simulation for whatever reason is just a killer. Yep. Nope. So the next thing I've got to do with this guy is get a new normal map baked, which shouldn't, yeah, it should only take a minute or two. But I need to UV unwrap it in the same way that I'll use for the texture, so I probably won't do it right now. But um, yeah, I've done a couple. I think my biggest one was 150 gigabytes. My biggest fluid simulation. And I had to stop it early because I ran out of storage space on my hard drive. So it's pretty awful. Let me see what. Yeah, let's look at how the horns came out. See, the horns end up being pointy because we pushed all those points down into a dot. So you can actually see that on the smooth shaded model, whereas his fingers are not so much because I kind of made it a little more flat at the end. Chaos Phoenix, and yeah, it's an ocean sim. Really small voxel size, maybe around 140 million voxels. Lots of foam generation. It's coming along nice, but I have noise issues on the horizon. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah, fluid sims are just really heavy. And then all the approximate methods I've ever seen just are not that great. So I know like Unreal Engine has them and they're good for setting up a scene, but once the characters walk through them, you can tell that it's kind of fake. But depending on what you need, it can be a lifesaver because they're easy to run. But yep, I'm gonna actually save a second copy of this just in case, and then I'm gonna show you. Is it not this one? Oh, maybe I cleared the pose. That would be unfortunate. I had I had a whole bow and arrow pose ready to go. Yeah, I don't think I have it anymore. Yeah, oh well. Definitely be doing something cool with him. So yeah, well, anyway, I guess there he is for now. Um, the normal map bake will be pretty easy. I just have to unwrap them, so I'm not going to do that right now. Materials, what is it? Thursday? Well, Friday now technically. So materials, I probably do this weekend, maybe tomorrow, just because I'll be excited to get him done. Um, Otherwise, he's basically already rigged because I have the rig done. I do need to make better eye material because these eyes are just kind of fake ones. And bull's eyes, actually, they shouldn't be that big either. But bull's eyes are mostly black. You can't see a lot of white on them normally. So I'll probably switch those up and make them more realistic looking. Probably be mostly bull eyes with slight bits of color on them just for fun. And then, um, what else? What else? Yeah, and then we'll have him fighting something or breaking trees or I don't know what. But it's time to get him doing something. So, yeah. Well, I think for now I'm going to call it good. I have to get up in 3 hours, 3.5 hours to go to work. So, um, thanks for hanging out for that long. And I guess I will talk to you guys soon. But yeah, thanks for hanging out all night, and watch for some cool posts with him at least in the next couple days. Yeah, thanks for coming. Um, I'll probably just have to do streams all the time so everyone can come at different times, but we'll have to get that music going. Maybe when maybe when I get monetized and stuff, we can partner up and we can have some streaming music there and whatever else, and then just kind of see what happens. But yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming. I'm just gonna keep calling you Furuzawa because I can handle that. I feel like if I try to say your whole name at once, it's gonna be awful. But 24-hour streams. Honestly, if I didn't have my day job, I'd probably stream 9 hours a day. I suppose people would get tired of the notifications every single day, but um, it's just so much more fun than sitting here in the quiet and then recording alone and then editing and all that. It's just more fun in person. So, or as close to in person as we get, I guess. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll check it out in the morning. Um, so, but yeah, I guess good enough for now, guys. Thank you. Talk to you soon.